believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome to America's Third Party. I'm David Sponheim, and this is Freedom Friday. That's right. It's what we're all about. We try to hold on to whatever freedom we've got left. And the more we assert our freedom, the more they tell us we don't have it. You want to speak out? You want to say anything publicly? You're running the risk of being called a racist, a homophobe, anything. Express your views. You're called all these names by the Democrats who somehow believe that freedom of speech means political correctness. I don't know how they got this idea, but it makes no sense at all. And then our views are being molded right now as we speak in the media. That which we perceive to be true. A huge reaction to the massacre that happened in the New Zealand mosques. It says hate-fueled massacre in New Zealand mosque designed for its times. Yeah, the real message here is designed for its times. That's because I believe what has happened in New Zealand is fakery, fake news. I believe that we are looking at an elaborate scheme to make people believe that terrorism from white supremacists who support Trump are fueling, this. Now, I would love to say this is completely a fake event, and I'm hoping that it isn't a tragic event. But like every event that we've seen internationally and nationally here in the United States, there's going to be very little facts behind this. We won't see any specific autopsy reports of these people, exactly where the bullet entered that killed them. We'll only have this really ridiculous headcam view that some nutcase who's a New Zealander claimed, actually, he sounded like a Serbian. Somebody said he sounded like a Serbian mercenary. But he's this Australian guy, and now there's 3 other people arrested, 4 people in total. And somehow they took the time to paint the guns with all kinds of hatred messages against Muslims. Here's a picture of some of the guns. Looking at this New Zealand terrorist assault rifle. They're referencing battles that have occurred. Here's your migration compact, it says here on one of the guns. It's just all kinds of ridiculous statements that people that are committing acts of violence that are premeditated like this, if indeed it happened, don't go out of their way and write these detailed messages. These are all the people that have allegedly been targeted over the years, and it's payback for all these people and their names. This is a more of a show. This is like a Hollywood experience we're seeing right now. And the footage that we saw, which I can't show you because it is outlawed on the internet, there's a strong suppression of this evidence. Because I can't show it to you, I can tell you we just saw it in our pre-show. I can't record it, but yeah, the Manson family wrote messages, but not like this. This took a very fastidious person to write on those guns. One of the significant things that came up was there no shell casings from the clips or the magazines that were rolling out these things, and it sounded like a paint gun, or they were shooting blanks. They also used a strobe light in the photographs, and there were no bullets coming out when the strobe light was flashing, except when he pulled the trigger. Now, the strobe light, you could argue, was used to block people's sight of the weapon. It's used to kind of like a flash bomb is. But what was really significant was, to me, was the fact that there was no blood in the first shooting. The second mosque that was attacked, there was a case where one woman had blood that already laying all over her front, had been sitting there for a couple hours when she had just been shot, yet nobody else had any blood. There's not one stitch of blood in any of the video other than that woman. And there's no plastic explosions or glass breaking in the background. None of those bullets are ricocheting. And we hear no screams at all in the audio clip. We just hear this background noise like it's an auditorium and people are talking. Like, oh, how are you? Oh, I'm very good. So I'm not trying to belittle the tragedy if, in fact, people did die. But we have to look at this realistically, and I'm speaking also to Muslims, that the Muslim people are being demonized and white supremacists are being targeted here in this particular video. And Muslims are being demonized as bad people, and then there's this potential for great backlash. Now, the Muslim world is very, very concerned about this, and if this really did happen, there's no blood-curdling screams. Exactly. Good point, Scissor Fight. Yeah. But if this really did happen, the last thing we need is another response like we got from the video that happened when Hillary was Secretary of State, that sparked 40 deaths in India alone. Remember that hate video that came out in India? There was a 14-minute video that inspired all this anger right around Benghazi, right before Benghazi. And then Hillary blamed it on the video, and she blamed it on terrorists responding to the video, but there was a conflict on her testimony. I'd bring all that up, but that's Benghazi. We're going to put that away. But that could happen again. And the Muslim world is very upset right now at what is going on. So when you think about it, who suffers the most if a video is made of people falsely being killed or being killed, the Muslim world is going to suffer the most. And that's a bad thing. The mosques have women in different rooms while the men pray together in another room. Right. Technically, yeah. Yeah. Yet these were women and men in the same room. It did make sense. Maureen Glory says, if I was trying to hide from a gunman, I wouldn't be screaming either. Oh, so you're saying that's the reason why they didn't scream. Right. Well, when people are shot, usually blood appears instantly because the bullet penetrates the skin. And in case you've ever cut your finger and made a little scratch, blood will pour the hell out right away. Remember, your body is a potential pressure, steam pressure engine running all the time. You open up a wound, it's going to blast blood everywhere. No blood at all. Fresh blood spurts out and sprays on the walls. When people are shot, they scream in pain. So all of this and every single thing that I've seen so far including all the staging with, you know, the head cams and all the BS and the music playing, almost like a bravado of how he's getting ready to do it. This is all movie making fake news. Now, I normally don't deploy the fake news except when I really see fake news. Donald calls everything related to the Russian conspiracy fake news, but he doesn't call this fake news. He wants gun control. Remember, Donald met the people of Parkland shooting, at the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting, and met all those little kids and talked for an hour and 24 minutes. Donald doesn't talk for an hour and 24 minutes to anybody. And he found out that AR-15s are sold in gun stores. And he didn't know that. And he's on camera not knowing that, talking to Dianne Feinstein. Believe me, Donald Trump will flip on all of you gun supporters in a moment. That's why we cannot allow him to run for 2020. We need a president like myself who will protect your rights to bear arms and understands the meaning and importance of you bearing arms. We need Americans to bear arms as a barrier of defense against a tyrannical nation that takes over our rights, like Germany did to the German people and to the Jews. We need the ability of all of us to defend against home invasions. And we'd be just like Australia if we pulled guns off of the market. Home invasions shot up 60% the year after they pulled guns from the market. People were pretty much, you know, they can go in and shoot any house, go into any house. Criminals can get guns, but good citizens can't. And what if there are aliens? Don't you think every American should be armed against an alien invasion? I don't believe aliens exist, but what if there are aliens? I mean, I'm willing to speculate. Why wouldn't we all be armed to protect ourselves? Aliens don't necessarily have anything. Aliens might just be little rodents. Hang. Yeah, please don't call unless I ask you to call me. Thank you. We're in a very important show here talking about fake news. What if there were aliens and they had weapons far advanced, it won't matter? Well, what if an asteroid hit you right now and stopped you from chatting? I mean, let's talk about the most ridiculous things that could happen. I thought I made myself clear. See what I mean? Unbelievable. Yes, a very important show. You didn't think it was a very important show? We have millions of viewers that value what we say. You pray for all who died in the Dicks are shooting. May God, human life, God will be with them and their families. Yes. Well, my condolences to all the families, but again, are we going to see any open casket burials? Because we haven't seen one open casket burial in all of the terrorist shootings, even the ones overseas. I'd be glad to show you my search history. Yeah. Yeah. What do you want to see in the show that I need to share with you? New Zealand, last night I spent a lot of time looking over the entire New Zealand story and analyzing it. Which part do you want to look at? Cod Fisherman has something. I'm going to show you something that's even more disturbing. The manifesto. See, whenever you see a manifesto, you think, oh, not a lone gunman. You think, oh, this has got to be some sort of a group. Remember the manifesto that happened in the Norwegian shooter? He was working for a group called the New Knights Templar. And the Norwegian shooter was Anders Breivik. The story about his connection to the New Knights Templar was completely erased from the court case. No one even mentioned it after we found out. He had a 1,200-page manifesto too, but his relationship to the New Knights Templar was not even talked about. Dave Bass Tucker is quoting, excerpts of that manifesto? Who's Tucker? Dave Base Tucker. Who's Tucker? Ryan? I mean, who do you get your scores from? You like Click? What scores are you talking about? Tucker Carlson? He's quoting excerpts from that manifesto? Well, that's sick. Why is Tucker Carlson behaving like a white supremacist? This is all too canned. Everything is made up here. This is like all right out of a complete novelette that was designed to turn everybody into aggressive. This is what our government is doing on the side with MI6 to create the fear of terrorism. Yeah. There is a reason why our country hasn't been attacked since 9/11. Because 9/11 wasn't even a terrorist attack. It was an inside job. That's why. Any logical conclusion would lead you to this simple reality, but our superior 9/11, all of our preparations for another terrorist attack have not prevented terrorism in this country. In fact, the DHS, Department of Homeland Security, did a stress test on their own system about 4 years ago, and 91% failure rating. So if there were real terrorist threats coming in, there'd be people, bombed on every airport in every area of the country. It'd be terrible. So the real threat of terror is not out there. I mean, you might get terrorism regionally within the southern part of Mexico where they're really, really poor, or in Venezuela where they're starving to death. Then you get acts of violence and extreme activity. But terrorism in and of itself, including Al-Qaeda, has been largely created from a CIA database and sold to the American people as propaganda. So if you're falling into the category of worrying and feeling so sorry for these poor people, back off a little bit and just say, wait a second, could it be we're being lied to by professional media makers? And the answer is yes. Well, 9/11 is the reason they needed to start 9/11 is to start 2 or 3 wars to take over more area around Israel. Most of the acts of terrorism by our allies, and I'm including Israel, have been constructed in order to gain more control over their area. They don't want any threats from Hezbollah or Hamas or any of the outlying regions. So they've positioned us at a place that we could protect them. Hell's Angel, there is a strong relationship between Merkel and Hitler's mother, who was his sister. I don't really care to mention her name because Hitler was a horrible person. Angela Merkel, if you haven't saw our show last night, Angela Merkel does resemble Clara Hitler perfectly. So even the face of Angela Merkel matches Hitler's face. You look at their gruff expressions and everything. Yeah. And there's a reason why this relatively uninteresting woman has been at the helm of Germany's power since Helmut Schmidt handed the torch over to her. But that's a significant picture. Clara Hitler and Angela Merkel look identical. So, I mean, if you can't see a similarity there, then you're probably the same person that's having a hard time deciding whether Renee Zellweger is still Renee Zellweger. Now, are you the same person that contends that Renee Zellweger really is Renee Zellweger? I'm saying people look alike should be considered relatives. You're missing the point. David, can we give you a Hispanic nickname to be more appealing to the Latinos? I think you can call me David. Sí, David. Mr. David. Yes, Mr. David is the way to call me. Okay? People in Spain and Mexico are interested in seeing a breath of new fresh air here, and I'm that guy. David Venezuela. I'm the guy who wants to get food to the people of Venezuela, yet Trump doesn't have this idea. I'm the person that actually orchestrated a plan to drop food over the border as opposed to attack them or bring dangerous weapons in. I'm the guy who's been trying to come up with solutions for the poor, starving people of the world. for the past 10 years and have been censored in the media. You forget who I am. I will look at the Candace Owens. Okay. I'll look into her. Thanks. Well, would you go so far as to say that Renee Zellweger is related to her imposter? Based on your thinking? Yeah, we could go so far as to say that. I'm the person that came up with the idea that Zellweger was replaced. She is the person that Bradley Cooper would be the one to talk about Renee Zellweger, and he just made a new music and an album with Madonna of all people. No, Lady Gaga, excuse me. But he would be the one to ask, has she changed? I believe that she has. Renee before and after clearly is a different person. Now, would you be willing to say that that's her sister? I can't say it's her because most people don't have plastic surgery and lower their nose and their eye orbital by 1/4 of an inch. Now, I'd be willing to put this whole thing to rest if we could get a tape measure and measure her height. New Zealand has implemented a DNS block of LiveLeak, 4chan, and 8chan. That's correct. They don't want the footage getting out because they know it looks pretty unconvincing. They just want people to reference the footage and say, oh, did you see that footage? Oh, it's horrible. Oh, I know. They don't want anyone looking at the footage because the devil is in the details. But you can honestly say that that's Renee Zellweger when I can show you that she's clearly not 5'4". She's 5'9". And Renee Zellweger should be 5'4" based on the wiki on her. So I just have to get a tape measure and I could easily find out that this woman is an imposter. It's not Renee Zellweger. It doesn't take a lot to realize that she doesn't even act like the original Renee Zellweger. Okay, thoughts? Yeah, I don't have any thoughts about segregation. I'm an integrationist. I support integration, Super Saver. I'm not going to force it upon you, but... Well, everything about her. I mean, the lips, the neckline, look at all the muscular activity, and look at how she doesn't even have a crossbone here. That's just amazing. She doesn't even have that same shoulder. That's unique to the Renee Zellweger. She didn't have her entire breastbone. This is right here, or collarbone replaced. I mean, I have not seen PK in a while. No, I don't know. Maybe you follow him. Dave, there is good money in censoring you, I'm told. The people who have censored me have made millions and millions of dollars. And I have made nothing, not even a penny. And the sad truth of what's happening is that they're trying to stop freedom and truth from getting to the American people. And they've done everything they can to stop us, corralling us into chat rooms like Vaughn, where they limit the number of people in. iVlog doesn't have a lot of people. We have 80 viewers watching right now. But because we're so censored, it's tough. Now, if you've been kicked out of our show at iVlog, I urge you to come back in and give it another shot. Sometimes we've been kicking people recklessly because we've got a lot of people attacking us, me in particular, and our ops are doing their job of kicking people out. But give us another chance and realize that our videos play all the way into the evening, and you'll have an opportunity to watch us. As we continue to do this, I've done these shows 10 years now, 6 hours a day, 5 hours live, actually 4 hours now with videos. So we're up to 9 hours a day. But for 10 years, we've been doing this 6 days a week. I don't need to prove much censorship. I can tell you, if you go to my website, youtube.com/America's Third Party, you'll see our views were at 20,000 hits right around 2010, 2009, and then we dropped to 20 hits. They shut us down, and then our subscriber count has locked in place. at YouTube. Now, I've done so much references to YouTube, and people see our shows. My subscriber account would be normally like 500,000 people. But they locked me down 9 years ago at YouTube and also at Twitter. And when we tried to do interactive tweeting over the Sunday or Saturday, and we'll do this again Saturday, we'll do PolitiChat, they drop our viewer count and our follower count. I know. But we get amazingly weird results whenever we work on Twitter or YouTube or Facebook. And those are the networks controlled by the government. The government bought up most of those networks through a shell corporation called In-Q-Tel, a Department of Defense organization that worked for DARPA. And their primary goal was to monitor your personal life and to track your personal privacy. And they've gathered all this data pretending like you got freedom, while you didn't ever get awarded freedom. In fact, they've taken your freedom, they've taken your identity, they've taken your information, and they used it to sell to the Russian oligarchs through Cambridge Analytica. And they're still getting money from this. So a lot of you are wondering, well, how can the government, the FBI, and the CIA possibly allow this? And how come they're not doing something about Donald Trump and really stepping up? How come Mueller hasn't filed charges? Because they're all in on it. And not to sound like a conspiracy theorist here, but there really is a cross-platform group that works with the Democrats and the Republicans and pushes for global domination by using America and our powerful military to do it. And they're called Zionists. And they actually created the state of Israel. But now they want global world domination. It's not enough that they just have Israel. Yeah, they want even greater power. Yeah, so the early days of Israel were produced by the Balfour Agreement, and this is something that was developed by the Rothschild family. They were behind the entire thing that we call Israel, but now they want even greater domination, well, along with 12 other families. These are global dominant people that have more money than Donald Trump by far. They have trillions of dollars. And they certainly don't need to worry about making loans like Donald Trump did just to get, keep his fake existence going. They certainly don't have to borrow from Deutsche Bank. They own Deutsche Bank. And these are the Rothschilds, and they were the ones that created Israel, and they were the ones that funded Adolf Hitler and his rise to power. Now, when you realize that, you'll also realize that the FBI and the CIA work for them.
His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment of Palestine as a national home for the Jewish people, and will use their best endeavours to facilitate the achievement of this object, it being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine, or the rights and political status enjoyed by Jews in any other country. I should be grateful if you would bring this declaration to the knowledge of the Zionist Federation. Yours, Arthur Balfour.
Did you hear that okay, or do you want me to play it again for you? Anyway, that was Jacob Rothschild declaring that they created the state of Israel. And it really doesn't take a lot of introspection to understand that their primary goal is global domination. They don't want nations. That stands in the way of their monetary control over everything. Nations are more of a kind of a superfluous, unnecessary thing that they have to do to make you think that you have a country. You don't need a country to run the world, they think. They can just run the world with their money. So they're going to be systematically trying to push their New World Order against all of our nations. Every nation will be attacked. And they're using our government, hijacking our military to do it. Our government, the Democrats, Republicans, basically work for the Zionist elitists through AIPAC. When Donald Trump said he was going to run for office, he went right to AIPAC and begged them for money. And now we find out that he got $63 million right away. Right after begging, he got all kinds of money. And then he doled it out to the strangest places. And the Democrats aren't even sure where they're looking for the money. They don't even know where to turn. It's kind of a sad testimony to the reality that now there's all kinds of new things happening. Yeah. Well, Melania's friend got $26 million, and the Democrats aren't even researching this. She's a party planner that got $26 million. Nobody's investigating it. I have evidence to all of this. I can give you links. The newest thing in this saga of Russian fakery is the guy who's been getting coverage from Donald Trump, Deripaska, the one that was implicated by that woman that was taken in Thailand, Nastia. She was finally released only on the agreement that she would turn over all the evidence she had of Deripaska meeting with Donald Trump and getting them to control the election. She claims she had more than enough evidence to incriminate Deripaska, and when she got to Moscow, this is about a month ago, Deripaska seized every bit of evidence she had in order to give her life back. And she said, yeah, take it as long as you give me freedom, and she believes she has freedom now. But she knows more than enough about the oligarchs that her life is still very in danger, I'm sure. This is the man that now claims, if you can imagine this, that in a lawsuit, he's saying that Trump administration is biased against him when he's been getting all the benefits of Trump's relationship with him. And we have evidence of this. So what better defense than an offense? If he's accused of having special favor with Donald Trump, then accuse Donald Trump of attacking him. This is what the Russians are doing. They're trying to get cover because it looks more and more like they are actually working and controlling Donald Trump from within. Now, the Republicans are off on a tangent trying to accuse John McCain, the late John McCain, of arranging to get the dossier. And it looks more and more like the dossier was actually given to Christopher Steele in order to help a guy, a general. I think he may have made some money on it. There may have been money transferred. John McCain may have been involved, but let's take a look at the man who gave the dossier over. And you'll find that he didn't live very long. Oleg Erevinkin was killed rather quickly. Let me show you his image. This is the man that handed the dossier over to Christopher Steele, and he was killed right after he did this. His name was Oleg Erevinkin, and he was a top general in the KGB and the FSB. He was killed right after the dossier transferred hands. Now, he may have done this for money, but you notice the Republicans aren't talking about him because it doesn't fit their entire approach. They don't want to talk about Russia actually doing the right thing and giving the dossier over. The sex tapes are real. Even the Concord Management Consulting contacted Mueller and asked for a laundry list of all the things they had in their possession, and they were required to give it to him. Mueller had to hand it over, and on that list, in the Trump file, is a sex selfie. Mueller then claimed the next week that everything Concord is doing is false and fake news. He deployed the fake news defense. And then essentially the information now is sitting in limbo. But Concord Management did get on the laundry list a sex selfie. So that we know the dossier is real. Republicans like to think it came from John McCain and Hillary Clinton conspiring against Trump. Maybe so. But you know, when our country is working for the Russians, people can spend money and try to find information anytime they want. And Hillary was not in violation of looking into it. Neither was John McCain. And this argument that Republicans have is a red herring. It's not going to add up to much. The beat goes on. We continue to find out more and more information about Donald Trump's connection to Vladimir Putin. And anyone like this man, Deripaska, who claims that he's now being targeted by Trump, he's been getting all the benefits from Trump. Trump didn't even impose sanctions for a year and a half. And then now we're seeing people coming at us left and right on iVlog now because they see that what I'm saying is so true, that I could very well win this election in 2020 because no one out there is looking deeply into any of these subjects with the intensity that I am. And I'm proving to you night after night that we have cutting edge information you won't get anywhere in the mainstream media. Sarah's here to give you guys a break. So she will right now. Thank you. Freedom Friday.
Thank you so much, David.
Yeah, no problem. Thank
You know,
you.
we all love listening to you. You have such big passion and dedication and drive for this country. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Sure, Miss Anthropy. I see the New England one, New Zealand shooter one. I'll save that. I'll open that one. You want me to scroll up to look at them all, or are you gonna repost them? Okay, J-Wire. New Zealand votes for 8 UN anti-Israel resolutions. Hello, Scissor Fight. Hi, thank you so much. All right. AIJAC got that one, and Telegraph got that one. I want to see this. Mossad spying unearthed because of the Christchurch earthquake. Wow. Very good. Thank you. All right. Okay, let's see. Oh, I should do that later in a different place. I'll do that in a different place. Alright, I think I saved all 4 of your links. Shall I look at them, read them, or can I? Oh. Congress rejected the border emergency and Trump vetoed it. Social media companies struggle to contain violent graphic postings. They're trying to scrub New Zealand's mosque attack video. Wow. I don't want to see the mosque attack video. David was trying to describe it, and I actually have to say I was purposefully not listening. I know I should understand and be open to all those things, but I'm not. I am who I am. I'll be fine. I'm just going to continue to be myself. Continue to be who I am. And it's okay for me to not want to expose myself to seeing graphic videos. Okay, thanks, Ryan. Thanks, David. I don't even want to read the news. I don't want to. Does that make me like an ostrich with my head in the sand? Maybe. I just want to live my life. That's it. I just want to live my life and live each day. All right, Anita. I think it's on 4chan, maybe, Ryan? Poll. It's either on. It's probably. Am I right? I'll wait for your response. You know, I like reading. I like knowing things. Probably 10 years. If it needs analysis 10 years down the road, then I'll analyze it. But yeah, I don't look at either of those sites either, Ryan. And just that doesn't interest me. It doesn't drive me. I mean, there's so much. All that filters to the top, and what about the good news? Thanks. I'm glad you like them. Yeah, I worked a little bit on them. Stifler. Thanks, Egghead. Why? I keep like... That's what I'm doing. I'm like reading the news over here. And that's not what I should do. Yes, it is. David is amazing. David is amazing. That's what I'll say. I love him very much. Sometimes I have political hopes and dreams. I do believe in new revolutions in science and technology. I think that can save the world. That's probably what I'd like to hear about. Of course, I like hearing about education, but politics. Oh, gosh. No, David will not get a tattoo. Hot Rails. David will never do that. Yeah, I think I'm more amazing in my own way of life. I think that's the thing. Most people care about what affects them directly rather than all the other stuff. That's David's cooking. He likes to cook and chop. Anyway, I care more about like what's happening in your life and what's happening in my life rather than all these other things. I should care more. Anyway. The event I went to yesterday was not for Pi Day. It was Pi Day. You're autistic. You can discuss many subjects with me. I didn't read about the Frankfurt School, but I did think of you, Ryan, because right before the show, I went to JohnTaylorGatto.com. Is it Gatto? I think so. And I watched some videos on his media section and how I watched when he was in the classroom back in 1991, and then I tried listening to different things. Yep, it was Pi Day yesterday. It was very good. I didn't really do anything for Pi Day yesterday. Today, my students made little paper plate clocks, which kind of can relate to Pi. And I do understand what it was pretty interesting. I don't know if I could do that in my second grade class, what he did, but I do like that whole idea of students and project-based learning, and they say that's so much better, and basically local control, and now there's so much national control. I haven't looked into partial differential equations. Well, I did do a little bit on that Khan Academy I was saying. And then wait, what else can you talk to me about? ordinary differential equations, partial differential equations, Frankfurt School, Heather Thomas and Christy Brinkley in 1982, and Paul. The Pi Day, yes. I feel like it's not really a holiday. It's more just every day could be a celebration if you wanted it to be. And yes, it could get overdone. Like, I did not do anything related to leprechauns other than one of my students brought in a leprechaun trap that he made with his dad yesterday. So he brought it in, and I don't even think I let him show it for show and tell, or even students saw it. But anyway, that's about it. What does that mean? I don't know what you mean, Ryan. I feel like you mean something like, maybe I just think of trolls so much that I think you mean something that maybe you don't mean. Like, gather firewood? If we all celebrated our birthdays, every day would be some kind of celebration. My birthday was in the beginning of February. Hello, Froggy. Is that an axe with poles? The magic bundle. I don't think I know the reference. I don't know why you were kicked from iVlog tonight. Axe blade, okay. Yeah, maybe you were kicked out because we'd rather have you over at Vaughn Live. I'm not sure. I know when I came in for my vlog, David had cleared the chat, so he said something about the iVlog chat was just getting out of control. So maybe it was a mistake. Anyways. Hello, Rays. Keep getting drawn over to look at the news. And I should be looking at it represents my soul. I think it represents your soul, Ryan. I think my soul is just bright white light. Oh, thanks, Dr. Meow. It's a French Francisque axe, symbol of the fight against the Ottoman during the Crusades, and the ultra-right movement took it. Because they just don't know, Ryan. Sorry. It's a Roman symbol. I would say, have you ever heard of that Einstein quote? Misanthropy, you'd love it. It is, I think I might have it. Great spirits have always encountered opposition from mediocre minds. I think that's it, the quote. So just know that and not just opposition, violent opposition from mediocre minds. Bringing it to the people one more time. All right, 263 says, Sarah, what percent of milk do you drink? I usually drink 1%, but when I was younger, I used to do whole milk, which was 4%. And I still can drink whole milk. The mediocre mind is incapable of understanding the man who refuses to bow blindly to conventional prejudices and chooses instead to express his opinions courageously and honestly. They just don't understand it. Yes, thank you. I just ordered my transcript. So, yeah, next year it should kick in. I already did get a nice raise just because I have a great district. But then they're like, well, we don't have money for this and that. But I'm glad they gave it to the teachers. Froggy wants me to go for a PhD. Even though I might not want to go for the PhD just the same. I was thinking of, instead of going for a PhD, actually going to get a bachelor's in a completely different field. That's what my thought was. Is soy really that bad, or is it the scapegoat? Is soy really that good? I know. You're right, Ryan. I'm not making six figures, but I'm definitely, I don't mind. I feel like they finally, in my district, have finally acknowledged teachers, and sometimes the para-educators might not be as acknowledged. A PhD in worm breeding. It could be useful. Yeah, that's so true. I could be like a vermicompost expert, and I could start a human composting office on the side. Like, there is a place for sale in our local area. It used to be the place to go if you were for funerals, and it could be like by the building, human composting here. No one's, and David's like, that building's gonna sit empty forever. Cause like, who's gonna buy it unless it's another? Cause it was just like an institution of what do they call it? You know, a morgue, not a morgue. It was an institution where the people would have their funerals. A funeral home, that's what it was. Oh, so true, maxed out credit. I've got worms. I don't know if I like the picture on it though. 20 years from now, you'll be more disappointed by the things you didn't do than by the ones you did do. That's true. Every day, that's true. That you've inspired me. There's a couple of things that are on my I would like to do this list, and I haven't done them, so I probably should just do them. One of the things is like I see on now that I've got my master's, part of my degree said sign up for LinkedIn, and now I get all these things from LinkedIn, and then there's like these jobs at Microsoft. I was like, man, I would kind of like that job, except I don't want to travel all over the world. And then I was thinking, I should really write to Microsoft and tell them what I want to do and how they can help. But yeah, that's the other place I'm thinking of. If I were to get a degree, it would be in tech, because my knowledge in tech is just so minimal. So minimal. Thanks, Captain Howdy. And then there's other like tech educational tech companies that I was thinking of writing, being like, I think I could help your business, and giving them some ideas to help their business, and saying I could consult with them. So those are the two ideas of what I want to do. I don't want to work for Les Schwab. Thank you. Maybe you do. I also know what I don't want to do. You could. Why not? Why doesn't it work that way, Miss Anthropy? Well, okay, does it work? Do you not have enough time? To fix everything? Do you think it's better that it's broken? Maybe it'll teach someone a lesson? Yeah, growing crops. No, well, I have lettuce, a crop of lettuce growing. Maybe. What's that word mean? The one before white. I'm going to have to look that word up. I'm always interested in words. You're no longer the same person. This is what is the worst thing. Do you feel like you have dementia or something? Maxed out credit. Oh, it's a cisgender. Wow. I did not know that word. Chizjet. Never knew that. Thank you for educating me. You want people in a cheating scandal brought to justice. Operation Varsity Blues. So you love the fact that the cheating is exposed and believe it's been going on for a long time. Very deep. Cishet? Sounds like sissy. Yeah, why don't people just say heterosexual? Hetero. Yeah. I mean, I don't think a heterosexual person is going to call themselves a cisgender. I don't think I think that, all those other terms are usually self-selected. Cis means on the same side. Seriously? I don't get it. Yeah, normal. Well, because of this idea that norms are created by society and it's perfectly normal to be different. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to call myself a cisgender, even though, according to transgenders, I guess that's what I am. That's just weird. I wouldn't call myself that. I just call myself a woman that is attracted to men, and I would call myself a sapiophile, though. Okay, you get bored sometimes. You chat it up with the ladies at the office while there's a huge line growing behind you. What's the huge line growing for? The ladies' bathroom? Yeah, well, that's just bizarre, Miss Anthony. Uh, I'm definitely XX. Double X. Yeah, I don't understand that cisgender thing. I don't think I need to answer that question, Captain Howdy. I could see someone saying they're a non-cis. I don't want to see the list of 40 plus genders, no. Okay, moving on from the gender discussion. The gender discussion to me just has like one solution: single stall toilets and a long line of sinks. Okay, sure, you can put a urinal in single stall urinals as well. I don't get the whole line of urinal things. I have in the past, Ghost. No, they don't 263. No, Captain Howdy. They're trying to overcome racism, I guess. There is a lot of issues about discussion about equity. and cultural inclusiveness, cultural responsiveness, and also trauma-informed schools. Sure, can I just give him a link? Our iVlog show, ivlog.tv/America's Third Party. America's Third Party. Just go in as a guest. Okay. Yes, I'll come back at 8-ish. Don't worry, be happy. Yes, you can sit here on our camera and come up on iVlog. I do think you have to make an account, but it's a free account. Captain Howdy, did I see your link? No, oh wait, I did see it. Yes, about the 5th grade teacher. That's sad. I wonder if she would have gotten as much pushback if she did it with, you know, white students versus. That was my question. Thanks, don't worry, be happy. Will I still be on at 8:30? My time, maybe? Sure, I can do that. Pacific time? Sure. Be around 8-ish to 8:35-ish. Something like that. $263, okay. Your high schools do 263, I'm sure. High schools have that, but not in elementary schools. Okay, will do. You'll remind me. Enjoy your dinner. I should remind David, I'm having peanut chicken tonight. Is that it? Is it just the 4 sections? Because the 4 panels, is it because he doesn't understand that business siding with communism? That's basically it, right? Where he's like, I don't understand that business is on the side of communists. Why? Because one word. Control. That's what it's all about. For those people, anyway. Where the other people are like, don't tread on me, and I'm going to fight for what I believe is right. I think that's what the axe thing is. I still don't really get it. The bundle of sticks with the axe. And the other ones are like, it's all about control. That's pretty funny, True Blue, if they were printed on paper. Love it. Love it, True Blue. I already have. Thank you. Way ahead of you, Ryan. You just don't realize it.
All right, thank you.
That's why I'm above it all.
Yeah, she's figured it all out, so she's moving on toward.
But I'm not
her goals.
I'm not pushing because I'm so far away from control. I'm not pushing it on everyone else.
Exactly. She's
because everybody else has to figure it out too.
She's in a good position. Sarah's really you're looking at an amazing person who has succeeded in so many different ways with Sarah. She's doing so well, and she's really got a plan. And you can get a plan too, just like she has. I have a plan to convince all of you that we need to fix this two-party system. That's my plan. It's not working. I know.
I like what True Blue's joke. I don't approve of political jokes. I've seen too many of them get elected.
Oh, yeah. The jokes have been elected, I know.
All right, good night. I do still need to look into ordinary and partial differential equations, maybe.
Sure.
That I don't totally understand.
Well,
I understand the concept.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Thanks. We don't need to talk about calculus. She's never really, gone too deep into that area. She's more of a numerologist when it comes to, working with numbers and not
numbers.
Not the special, numerological connections in conspiracy land, but Sarah loves numbers.
I love math.
She loves math too, and I definitely excelled at math too, but I don't love it like she does.
I think I really do love it.
And she loves math.
I think I would love to study deeper math, and then.
Why do they call pre-birth celebrations baby showers? Showering you with gifts because they're so happy you're having that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's probably it.
Yeah. I don't know. I've never really given it much thought, nor do I care because I'm not concerned. I know that women are having children. I think it's great. I think the idea of motherhood is a beautiful thing. I myself don't want children. I would be willing to be cloned, but I'd rather be cloned after I live 200 years or something. I'd hate to walk around and meet my own clones, Well, I could have children, I suppose, I just don't think raising a child in this world would be very nice. It's more like torture. When you look at how many kids are missing in America, 55,000 kids are snatched from their mom and dad and we don't know where. 150 kids a day are stolen, abducted, tortured, killed, you name it. And our country does nothing to stop this. There's a link for a 5th grade class holds a mock slave auction? No. That's just so bad, But it does reveal the inner side, the other side of slavery and blacks and their plight. I just don't think we should make. Well, of course, I did a blackface video, so I can't really talk, can I? I could have pretended to be a person who was in a slavery situation, but instead, I just merely mocked the president, Obama, because I had to. I couldn't do it any other way. I was censored so heavily, and I still am. Yeah, the Irish were slaves. Yeah, we've all our cultural backgrounds have experienced cultural prejudice. Every one of us have. My family line, Algonquin family line, were prejudiced against. My Native American family line was prejudiced against heavily. My Norwegian family line was prejudiced against. They used to call us towheads and think we were stupid. When we came to America, my family moved up into North Dakota and Minnesota on my dad's side. So my mother's side dates back to the Mayflower practically, the boat right after the Mayflower. So I have strong roots. Yeah, they called people Norwegians towheads. That's what they called us. I'm not the person to take offense to that. Not that I, claim to have a towhead. This picture does reveal what appears to be like a towhead. But, yeah. But I don't think that was, in any way, I don't think Beto is a great man when he has escaped from an accident, which is absolutely disturbing to read about. If you haven't read this story, folks, about Beto O'Rourke, he was in an accident 20 some odd years ago in which he had a 0.134 alcohol level, and he hit a truck and crossed lanes into oncoming traffic. He drove drunk and was arrested for a DWI in 1998, O'Rourke said. As I publicly discussed over the last 20 years, I made a serious mistake for which there is no excuse. Well, do you need a man who makes mistakes like that as your president? Drinks to 1.134 alcohol, and I've never had a DUI. I can't even get a 1 second into the media, and this guy's getting national exposure all over the place. But then there's this other issue where a witness said in a statement Thursday, O'Rourke he did not address the witness account of his alleged attempt to flee. Yeah, according to this witness, the witness who stopped at the scene later told police that O'Rourke had tried to drive away from the scene. Now, there's one thing getting into an accident with a 0.134 alcohol level, but crossing lanes into oncoming traffic and potentially killing 10 or 15 people, and then trying to flee from the scene? This is not a guy you'd want to support. So don't put your mind in the supporting mode for Beto. He's got more than enough to take him down in any direct competition in an election. This is a huge, huge thing hanging over his neck. Plus, don't forget, he married into money. His wife's family has $12 billion. I mean, come on. We don't need another snake as our president. We've got Donald Trump. You don't learn from mistakes like that. That's a gross judgment error. No, I'm not mentioning the group of people that are hashtagging that, Ryan, because that group is Obama related and their New World Order. If you folks haven't cued in on what I've been talking about all night long about the dangers of the Zionist New World Order plot to take over our country, then just go back to your own party and talk there. Because you're never going to stop the corruption that's leading to the toxicity in our world that we have to breathe and drink in our water. I don't believe the New Zealand shooting was real. I've concluded that the New Zealand shooting was a vain attempt by the New World Order to push their agenda again against Muslims and to target white supremacists as well, to create more and more division. That's their goal. Now, Bernie Sanders has had a head injury from, obviously he's getting on in years, and these things happen, you stumble in the shower, and maybe you drop your head into somebody's refrigerator because you're mooching off of their dinner supply like he used to do in the 70s. when he'd go from refrigerator to refrigerator looking for food, and he took all the best ham and roast beef and Swiss cheese out of this. Yeah, he's known for doing. He's Bernie the Moocher. I'm serious. It looked legit, 930. Let me stop there. I don't want you to think that I'm just dispensing with this terrible shooting that allegedly happened. I want you to know that I'm walking a very tight rope here, and I want everyone to know that if it did indeed happen, I'm very sorry for what happened. Not that I'm at fault, but it's a terrible tragedy if we really do see bodies. But there was no blood at all in both shooting video cameras except for one woman who had blood smeared all over one dress. And how could that blood have gone all over that one dress in just a few seconds? Whereas nobody else allegedly hit by a bullet, there was any blood. Plus, I am saying it's fake, yes. Plus, the guy, nobody writes hate messages on their guns to advertise what they're doing, and then it wears head cams. And anyway, I think this was a team of people working through Serbia. I think there were Serbian mercenaries pretending to be New Zealand. Serbian mercenaries working in New Zealand. That's what I believe happened. And they were doing this for the very people I'm talking about, the Zionists. They're the ones fueling the fear of terror so that they can continue building a military apparatus that will ultimately destroy mankind. They're the ones that are simply trying to create bigger and greater control over all nations and gradually erase boundaries and get rid of weapons. They're the ones that want absolute power over all of us, unfettered power, so that they can do to us what they did to the Jews in World War II. These are the same group of people. I'm not making this up. I wish I was. They embedded themselves in our government. They nested in the FBI and the CIA and the NSA. They have an office at the Pentagon. They are ostensibly Nazis. But more importantly, they're called Ashkenazis. It's a longer word that was truncated to mean the word Nazi back in the 1930s. Even Hitler hated the word Nazi because he knew they were making fun of his background. Now, another group of Nazis were the people I just showed you on the screen, the Rothschilds. And Jacob Rothschild was an Ashkenazi. He supported Adolf Hitler. His family did. They wanted the end of the Bolshevik tyranny, of the communist threat, and they did their best job doing it. They took control over the region, and they've established control for many years. They were appointed court Jews. They're not actually Jewish. They're Ashkenazis. They were appointed court Jews to oversee the Jewish royalties' money back in the 1500s. And through money lending tactics that they used and a huge aggressive takedown on wealth, a lot of things have happened. We played videos about the Rothschilds past couple nights. We'll probably play them again to give you guys background. But they've been colluding and creating enough power and wealth to literally have more money than anyone else entirely in the world. Their wealth measures in the trillions of dollars, but they don't want anyone to know that. So let's take a look at Sanders' head and look at what has happened to his head. I talked about that tumor that was growing on his face last week. I don't know if he got it treated or they covered it up with makeup, but yeah, he looked like he had some sort of melanoma on his face. Let's see what he has now. Let's see. Unless it's right in the same place that tumor was last week.
Why is it that 50 miles away from where I live in Burlington, Vermont, in Canada?
Oh, I'm sorry, but that is not a person who got hit by a shower door. Oh my gosh, this man has been cut. He's been beaten up, folks. Yeah, this is not, no. That's no cut from a shower door. No, look at his whole face. That's his whole orbital has been completely blown out of proportion. He got hit by his prune juice, but no, that's the guy who's been beaten up. I did watch the full video with sound. It is fake. Yeah, there's no blood except for that one woman laying down. And you notice how all the bodies appeared to get hit with paint gun cartridges? It was like he was firing paint gun cartridges. There was something coming out of that gun, I don't know what. And there were no, another big important fact, there were no casings. So as those bullets popped out, we didn't hear any casings drop. I did listen to the sound closely. I did not hear any casings drop. Firearms for fiction writers. And who's this from? Max? Is that a pro-gun video? Have you researched that video? Yeah. Their primer for writers and actors. You haven't seen that? It's not pro-gun. It's anti-gun. Oh, okay. Yeah, we're not going to do that one. I don't do anti-gun. It was a paint gun. Watch the clip. It doesn't empty. Insane Canadian has that answer. Yeah, and the shells didn't come out. So these are just blanks, folks. We were played. We got sucked into the Iraq War and the Afghanistan War. We got sucked into the Vietnam War with McNamara claiming that our PT boats were hit by North Vietnam when in fact they weren't. Commander Morrison did not get hit. Nobody was hit. It was all made up. Vietnam War we were tricked into. There's even argument that FDR knew about Pearl Harbor. Somebody's kicked his ass, folks. This guy's got beat up pretty bad. This is not some shower door. This reminds me of Harry Reid when he was hit. Supposedly he claimed he had a rubber band accident from, remember that? Harry Reid. When he was hit in the face. It was a rubber band, workout rubber band. Tell me this is not the same kind of thing. Look at this. Yeah, look at that. And look at the orbital on his face.
People walk into any doctor's office they want. They don't have to take out their wallet. They have cancer surgery. Doesn't cost them a penny. It's paid for publicly. We are working on substantially increasing funding for the National Health Service Corps. That is a federal program which says to people that if you are prepared, if you're a doctor or a nurse, dentist, if you are prepared to practice in an underserved area, we'll forgive your medical debt. And that has been quite successful. So,
I'm sorry, Bernie, I hate to interrupt, but yeah, you've had a pretty bad injury. You shouldn't even be out talking. He probably has a serious concussion. What happened to Harry Reid is similar to, these mobsters muscle these people into doing things. I feel sorry for this guy. I really do. Yeah, $20,000 to fix a cut like that at a hospital. Oh yeah, especially with the X-rays and the brain scan and the whole thing. Yeah, that's enough to warrant a brain scan, PET scan, and an MRI, as well as countless other tests and blood tests, etc. Yeah, $20,000 out the door. It wasn't a shower door. That guy got beaten up. Are you out of your mind? That's not a shower door. Are you kidding me? What, do you believe women that are beaten up and that they got hit by the shower? I hear this all the time. When people get beaten up by their husbands, they say, the shower bottle hit me in the shower. This is a common excuse, people. He got beaten up. I know. I've been beaten up. I know how it feels to be beaten up. Yeah. People used to pick on me because I'm dedicated to nonviolence. My whole life is dedicated to nonviolence. Oh yeah, I know what people look like when they get beaten up. Harry Reid was beaten up. Bad. Yeah. His home exercise, this is right after the injury. This home exercise rubber band supposedly came back and snapped him in the face. Sure. Yeah, uh-huh. Yeah. Right. I don't think so. No. Maybe he did pass out and hit his head. Maybe it was some sort of a, senile dementia thing happening. I don't really care. But anybody seriously thinking about Bernie Sanders for 2020 better get a head examination themselves, because he doesn't have the mental acuity necessary to solve this problem. Healthcare, in his mind, is a blank check, not cutting the cost of healthcare. Now, I'm planning on cutting the cost of healthcare. That's my goal, to stop the corrupt doctors and nurses and administrators that are sucking money. I won't cater to the SEIU, the Service Employees International Union, like Barack Obama did. Okay, former Defense Intelligence Officer pleads guilty to attempted espionage. Thanks for the link. We got a lot of corrupt people in our government right now, and for me to talk about it in a way that that helps you understand I'm trying to change the government by running for office. I see the corruption firsthand every day. The closer I look, the more corrupt it seems to me. Ron Rockwell Hansen, 58, a Syracuse, Utah resident and former Defense Intelligence agent, pled guilty today in the District of Utah in connection with his attempted something. A transmission of national defense information to the People's Republic of China. Wow. Now this is strange because Dianne Feinstein did not prosecute her driver, limo driver, who listened to all the personal conversations she had with every world leader from the limo driver phone, who was a Chinese spy. He's never been prosecuted. This is kind of strange. This guy's being pulled out. Maybe he's trying to turn on his people within the agency, and they're just kind of targeting him. This looks a little bit weird to me. We probably all know that 18 of our top spies were killed by the Chinese government over the past 10 years. Our government doesn't like to talk about it, but yeah, they were tortured and killed. Okay, I've got to go on a quest. Here are some of the anomalies that happened yesterday and the day before regarding the attack. It happened on the 12th, the Ethiopian airline attack, and now the probe is strange. What we see here is very strange anomalies. Postings from March 7th on the March, yeah, you see the March 7th right there? That's just strange. If it occurred on March 12th, how could it be posted March 7th? And this is not uncommon. There's a lot of these. There's many of them here. Yeah. So there's a very big anomaly on the Ethiopian crash as well, and the attack on Boeing plane. It does look like Boeing's plane has faulty software from my perspective. So if we are dealing with that, then there's something we need to get to. The software needs to be recalled. I'm glad that they pulled the plane from flying because it does seem to be upside down. The software is doing the opposite of what it should be doing. Must watch. Joint Chiefs Chairman says Google refuses to work with the U.S. military but provides direct benefit to Chinese military. That's interesting.
Is look, we're the good guys. Google is doing in China is indirectly benefiting the Chinese military. And I've been very public on this issue as well. In fact, the way I described it to our industry partners is, look, we're the good guys. In the values that we represent, in the system that we represent, is the one that will allow and has allowed you to thrive. And that's the way I've characterized it. So I was just nodding that what the Secretary was articulating is a general sense of all of us as leaders, and we watch with great concern when industry partners work in China, knowing that there is that indirect benefit. And frankly, indirect may be not a full characterization of the way it really is. It's more of a direct benefit to the Chinese military.
I just want to underscore this for the record so that we are absolutely, perfectly, 100% clear here that Google, an American company based in this country, so again, it's supposedly an American company, is doing work in China that directly or indirectly benefits the Chinese government at a time of increased peer competition with this country. We are in a struggle with the Chinese government over whether or not they're going to become a regional and maybe global hegemon with values very different from ours, certainly values that do not favor freedom in the world. And we have an American company that does not want to do work with our Defense Department, which is one thing, but they're happy to help the Chinese, at least the Chinese government, that is, the Chinese military, at least indirectly. I think that's just extraordinary.
It is. And you're looking at the guys that are actually the real bread and butter backbone of our good military. You're looking at the people who aren't the inner circles of the cabal of the Pentagon, who secretly work through DOD and DARPA to control Google. Those people are working for the Zionists. They work from within our government. These guys work for our government, and they're the ones that are freaking out. That's the pulse of America, and that's what we're seeing with people in our military who are encountering this corruption. They work for America. I will work for America. These people who are in our military know exactly what I'm talking about. They've been watching my show. They're not fools. They know that there's something wrong with the internal makeup of the agency they work for. A lot of military guys hate the chain of command because it's being run by completely corrupt people. And that's bad leadership at the top. We've allowed really corrupt people to run our military. And the good guys in the trenches are the ones that can spot that and know the difference. Trump never worked in the military. I would never serve in the military. But I never was a draft dodger either. There's more than enough evidence that Trump was a draft dodger. 5 times he got out of the draft with foot problems, which you can't quantify. Nobody can verify he had a foot bone spur problem. That's just BS. I'll bet if they took an x-ray of his heels that you wouldn't find any evidence of a bone spur right now. If there were experts in the field who could do that. But I'm not here working on the background of Donald Trump. If we don't have enough to put him away in impeachment, and Nancy Pelosi says she's not going to bother because it's a waste of time, and the Democrats think they got elected because we all want amnesty for illegals or a new Obamacare, that's how demented the Democrats are. They actually believe we want another round of Obamacare. So they come up with this new concept of Medicare for all, which is absurd. We have Medicaid for all right now. Medicare for all would cost us $80 trillion more beyond Obamacare. You see, the Democrats keep throwing bones to all the big contractors that make money. All the doctors and the administrators are dusty with the doctors, and they're working together. So they don't want to cure you. They want to treat you. They want to suck all of your money out of your pocket and maybe not cure you, but treat you. Maxed Out Credit lost everything, even his Medicare, when he had a massive stroke and died for 18 minutes. Yeah. And he's in our show right now. Somewhere in our show. I don't know how I got way up there, but yeah, there he is. And he survived. So that's he's now $538,000 in debt, or at least he had to pay that much, and he wiped him out. Like so many people in the country who are getting, slammed with this massive amount of expense for their health care. It's a no-win situation. When you get sick, they just send you down the tube of getting more and more checkups. Every doctor wants to cover their ass, so they perform another exam, which goes on your bill. And whatever you do, folks, you learn one thing: don't take out a mortgage on your house to pay the healthcare pro-criminals. Whatever you do, don't borrow money in your house to pay your medical debts. Just stay in your house and declare medical bankruptcy, and believe me, it's worth the cost of a lawyer. Even if it's out of pocket for a $500, whatever, you got to declare medical bankruptcy. Do not pay them, because they will take your house and they will kick you out of your house based on your mortgage or a second mortgage. That's right. Stay in your house and declare medical bankruptcy. We know a lot of people. Sarah knew a person whose husband got sick and she had to take out a loan against her house to pay his medical bills, and they're now living in an apartment but barely able to make it on 2 Social Security checks. I don't have anybody living with me. Sarah is the only important thing. Is I have security risks all over the place. I'm not about to breach my security to open a door for any one of you. I'm so sorry. Yeah. My security is paramount here. What do you think about people that need the help but overdo it? Well, that would be this guy promising $1,000 a month. He can't possibly expect our country to fund this. Sarah makes money for herself, not for me. I don't ask for anything from her. I retired when I was 50. I'm not in need of money. I'm not like Donald Trump with an endless greed and a desire for more. My security is paramount at this point. I used to think that I could meet a lot of you, and I did. I met a few of you, and it was great. But after over 1,000 death threats, I can't possibly meet people at this point. You paid Blue Cross Insurance for $50,000 when I went down to Toledo? No kidding, really? And Blue Cross, they hit you up really hard there. They go after the Blue Cross people really fast. So let's talk about your healthcare situation. So they tapped into your Blue Cross, they wiped out your deductible, and you got maxed out your total benefits, I'm sure. Yeah, I heard that Sirhan Sirhan has asked for a retrial. I agree, he was definitely framed. Yeah, so Maxed Out Credit has had a lot of issues. Yeah, so Maxed Out Credit has had a lot of issues. Yeah, so Maxed Out Credit has had a lot of issues. Yeah, so Maxed Out Credit. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. We're getting a lot of feedback from his speaker system. We're getting a lot of feedback from his speaker system. I get a lot of feedback from his speaker system. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, reverb, feedback. Sorry about that, Max. But let's suffice to say, you got ripped off for all your health care. And Bernie's saying how great the Canadian health system is. That's funny because the U.S. is finally waking up to the right solution. Really? I don't think so. No, again, you're forgetting that the American people are getting ripped off. What about this scenario do you not understand? Before Obamacare, 2007, we had $1,000 deductibles for our health care. After Obamacare, we have $10,000 deductibles for our health care. I don't know about you, but that's a $10,000, that's a $9,000 difference. That's not fun. Our rates have gone up, especially people like Sarah. Teachers have plans that end up paying $11,000 a year per person. These healthcare companies are ripping us off. Maxed Out Credit's first MRI cost him $131,000. Can you imagine an MRI? You know what an MRI costs in the middle of Thailand? $2,000 or $200. I think you can get an MRI done for $200 in Thailand. Seriously. I have never heard of an MRI charged at $131,000 ever. Well, that's the point. A lot of people are not insured because it's not worth it to have insurance with that kind of a deductible. But most people now have a $10,000 deductible. And the whole thing that Obamacare pitched about people that are pre-existing conditions wouldn't get turned away, he didn't stipulate they had to stay with their company and their company couldn't turn them away. They just said that no insurance company could turn them away, which means that when they left their insurance company, they got jacked up really high with pre-existing conditions. So that was a lie too. Everything about Obamacare was a lie. It was all a big plan to bring more people in and get more people insured, and it didn't even work. All the major providers like United, they completely backed out of it. They will not take Obamacare funds anymore. They're private insurers now. Well, you didn't look at the fine print. Most of the fine print they created in Obamacare, the Affordable Health Care Act, was written in prison by a guy serving 5 years for tax evasion. Yeah. That included your brain thinner injections, hospital stay for 3 days, but still, an MRI for $131,000 just to find out if you're stable? That's terrible. Ambulance transport was $12,000. Thank you, Maxed Out Credit. We're hearing a tragic story all across the country, and I've heard these numbers are about the same everywhere you go now. Barack Obama did probably smoke crack. He admitted it. In his book, Audacity or Dreams from My Father, I think it was Audacity of Hope. Yeah, Audacity of Hope, he said that he smoked crack in his apartment in Occidental College. Yeah. So we're so out of it as a nation. We literally hired a crackhead liar who is homosexual and involved with a man named Michael LaVaughn Robinson, who became our first lady for 8 years. Now, if the elitists are looking at us going, you're pretty funny, they're really saying, you people are so stupid. How could you be so stupid as to believe that this man was a Christian married to a woman? They laugh when they see these people in their. Most of us have been completely duped. And what's more important, many people don't realize that do it every single time. They continue to lie to us. So unless the American people can wake up to these lies, we're screwed. We're going to get a number of tricks played on us by the Illuminati. This recent fake attack in New Zealand is just one of them. No blood in any of the scenes except one woman with blood smeared all over her lapel. That's just so weird. How could it be all over her coat within a second, and yet nobody else has blood spatter? What about the 20 million other Americans that this happened to? It's happened to everybody. My point is, I'm sure he did smoke the pole. My point is that people across the country are getting ripped off left and right. Okay, Honor Health results for primary care locations list. Oh yeah. These are all the places you can go to that'll take your money. We've got an industry of suck monsters called healthcare pro-criminals. The name of that, Audacity of Hope, I know. Do you believe that Clinton used to party with underage girls, or is this BS? No, Clinton went to Orgy Island 24 times that we know of, 17 of which we paid for with our national funds. After he was president, he used the presidential airlines to actually travel to Orgy Island. So Quebec Healthcare paid $5,400. Wow. But they took $1 million insurance plan and ate it. And then they took your pension fund and part of your savings. Wow. Poor guy. I wish our audio came in better on your end, but you got a speaker on in the background. That's why you'd have to have headsets to talk about it. But we could do this on Wednesday. Wasteful Wednesday is really our conversation to talk about medical ripoff. I'd love to engage in a big conversation about all the things that happened to you. I don't know whether they have anything on Orgy Island. Orgy Island it was in the news. They had a fire there. No, that's okay. It was just your speaker reverb. Not a big deal. Orgy Island had a massive fire. It looks like Jeffrey Epstein is trying to cover up what's happening. But the story about Orgy Island is getting more and more obvious to all of us. It's becoming bubbling to the surface. Zero Hedge has a story that talks about the judge ruling the plea deal for the Orgy Island billionaire broke federal laws. That our current labor secretary, Acosta, is actually in the process. He hasn't even made a statement about how he gave Jeffrey Epstein a light plea. He's just hiding. They say he never even holds meetings with labor and talks to them. He's just making a paycheck. He's like hiding in the closet or something. But Jeffrey Epstein's child trafficking ring had 60 complaints from 60 little children claiming he was sexually molesting them and selling their sex to other people as well. But this story has proven one thing, that a federal judge ruled that this other judge, who's now Labor Secretary Acosta, was in violation of everything. He didn't tell any of the families of those 60 girls that he was cutting a plea deal with Jeffrey Epstein. I got something I got to find here. It's taking me a while. Let me just go through my links. We just heard that Sirhan is questioning the validity of his trial, and he was made a patsy. I agree. Sirhan had all the symptoms of MK Ultra. There was no gunpowder residue on the fingers of Sirhan when they basically charged and found him guilty of the killing of Robert F. Kennedy, the father of this man, R.F. Kennedy Jr. Now, R.F. Kennedy Jr. is in the news too. He's been making big strides in revealing that the CDC is not studying the vaccines and hasn't studied them for 30 years. Really? Good to know, 105. Now, Robert F. Kennedy was recently prevented from giving evidence at 2 congressional hearings on grounds that they're full. This is the man that has all the cutting-edge information on vaccines, yet the 2 hearings in Congress, they don't want to listen to him. This is the guy Trump wisely appointed to this role, and he won't even listen to him. So we're never going to get anywhere with that. Now, we're not going to show you the mosque shooting tonight, but I am going to talk a little bit about some information that came in that maybe you're not aware of. This came in from a website called Godlike Productions. This is a very interesting little passage here. John Podesta was just in New Zealand, one of the biggest deep state operatives in D.C. here in New Zealand. Christchurch has been a hub of CIA activity and Five Eyes intelligence group for a number of years. This is where they operate. At the center of this New Zealand is Christchurch, where the shootings occurred. Here's the kicker. What happened yesterday, Facebook went down for hours. It pretty much never goes down. Yeah, so they were suppressing the viral video, and they still are. They're banning it on multiple networks because the viral video shows no blood. They don't want anyone to see it. They just want people to say, oh, did you see that terrible video? All those people being killed on camera. Oh, it was horrible. Oh. They don't want us to actually see the video. Yeah, it's pretty sick the way that this is happening all under our eyes. Now, John Podesta, I don't know if he's involved in anything at all, but he allegedly was involved in Pizzagate. And John Podesta, it was one of the reasons why Hillary Clinton didn't win the election. Even she was pissed at him. But John Podesta has been flying under the radar for a long, long time since Pizzagate was squelched and squashed when they told everybody that it's a bad word, you're not allowed to use that word. In a country that's free and open to free speech, we're not allowed to say word Pizzagate or we'll get our accounts struck from Reddit, Twitter, and YouTube. It's crazy. No, I have never heard about Pizza Cove, a stopover on the way to Orgy Island. Epstein had it artificially constructed as an appetizer to the main course served at Orgy Island. Wow, Sahasrara, I've never heard that. I'm going to put that in my little bookmark here. Yeah, little tidbits we get in the news that maybe you heard about that nobody else has heard about pop up in our show. I'm just going to make a note of that. Thank you. I'll look at that later. You want to support the right to arm bears, yeah. So I've never heard of this idea of Pizza Cove. Let me look it up. Pizza Cove. Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, here we go. Jeffrey Epstein, Orgy Island, and creepy pizza boat that roams the coves. Wow. So I was looking up any records on purchase and construction of Little St. James. Couldn't find anywhere, but I stumbled across the Wikipedia page for Great St. James Island, which is also apparently owned by Epstein. It's a short wiki page that reads, Great St. James is an island of the United States Virgin Islands located off the eastern end of St. Thomas. The island is approximately 165 acres in size and is reportedly owned by Jeffrey Epstein. There is one estate on the island. A sailboat converted into a food boat sells pizzas from their mooring here. Went to the pizza site and its creepy boat with a slogan, charter a boat, explore the islands, eat pizza, play in the sun, stay local. Their reasoning for using pi seems a more esoteric than simple homonym. Pi is a transcendental and irrational number, meaning it's never ending, has limited possibilities, and there's no rhyme or reason nor its pattern. I'm just reading this archive here of the pedo pizza boat. So you're referring to the pizza boat that does weird things, huh? Welcome back. Are we off air? Is video on here? I'm back on. As soon as I stopped talking about the pizza boat, I got back on. Yeah, Ghost, what are you saying? And how can you possibly think that I'm saying anything that I could be sued for? Yeah, what's that all about? What exactly have I said that anyone can sue me for? Thanks. I'd love to hear it. I'm waiting. I've never said anything that I can't back up with solid facts and websites. Now, websites are not solid facts, but I can certainly back up everything I'm saying with other people's conjecture, and I'm protected under that simple freedom of speech that I'm allowed. Now, when I say John Podesta allegedly was involved in something, and I read a text from a Reddit report or a Godlike Productions statement, it's not incriminating John Podesta. It just says he was there in New Zealand, one of the biggest deep state operatives in D.C. here in New Zealand. He is a deep state operative. I'm not making up a story that's going to in any way give him any reason at all to justify a lawsuit against me. Nor have I ever made any... Please don't keep posting that. Thank you. I'm sure. You guys lost the Confederate War. You know that, right? You didn't realize you lost... The South lost, dude. It's time to deal with that. Would I pay $100,000 to get my kid into USC? No, it would be illegal for me to do that. Would I be upset that my kid who's white can't get a scholarship because he's white? I don't know. I mean, Abraham Lincoln had a very nice profile. He had a certain thing going on. He was our first Jewish president. Many people don't know that Abraham Lincoln was our first Jewish president. Yeah, he had this is him 56 years old. I'm 58 going on 59 next month. You can see the life he was living. It must have been harsh, you know. I don't think Abraham Lincoln was a vampire hunter at all. No. Well, actually, the owner is suspect to the laws of the land, being this internet network is a utility as seen by the FCC. That's not true. No, that's not true. You've been muted for 5 minutes. Nobody has the right to censor me here. No. Mark has to treat me the same way he treats everybody else. And if he's not, he's in violation of my constitutional freedoms, as well as my freedom of speech. I'm not saying that Abraham Lincoln was a peachy guy. I'm just putting his picture out there to piss you off. Yeah. It wasn't my intention to piss you off that much, but I kind of like the way he looked, you know, but he was Jewish. I'm not. Barbara Streisand has a very interesting piece on my family. Yes. Sorry, my mouth was dropping. Was Abe Lincoln Jewish? Well, let's try to find out. Thanks, Barbara. You've been a wonderful help. Taking a look here. On the 12th of February, 1909, 200 years ago, a young, poor, illiterate woman from Virginia, Nancy Hanks Lincoln, gave birth to a son in a log cabin along the banks of South Fork of Nolan Creek, near what is now Hodgenville, Kentucky. The baby, whom she named Abraham, grew to become one of our greatest and not most tragic national leaders. Lincoln was a man of great spiritual conviction. And yet, I find this fact is fascinatingly instructive. Abraham Lincoln was the only American president not to have declared himself a member of any particular religious faith. The fact has given rise to a great deal of interesting speculation. In fact, there are those who believe that Honest Abe was Jewish. After all, his name was Abraham. His great-grandfather was named Mordecai. Lincoln was the only president not to have a formal religious affiliation. He was neither raised in a church, nor did he ever belong to a church. And there weren't a lot of synagogues back in the early days. Anyway, if you want to find out more about his roots, if you want to find out more about his Jewish roots, I will give you the link. And I'm very proud to say that I am not anti-Semitic. Thank you very much. Sorry. I practically was. I was born in St. John's Hospital in Santa Monica. It was built like a log cabin. Yeah, I was one of the only babies that the women commented about. In fact, I was the only baby they commented about. I was kind of the talk of the town at the hospital when I was born. Not many kids levitate, you know, that's the thing. Levitating from your hamper was not usual during that time period. I'm kidding, a joke. Please don't realize that we have entered a time now that you can no longer say to the internet whatever you like. They'll learn. People don't realize that we've entered a time now. No, that's not true, Ghost. I'm going to mute you again. You're not allowed to say that. Yeah, thank you. Okay, yep. 5-minute layover. Anybody who stifles free speech here and doesn't believe in it can leave for 5 minutes to find out what that's like. I believe in free speech. That's why I do this show. And I'm not violating any laws either. I'm not slandering anybody. I'm not libeling anybody. I'm merely talking about conjecture that's on the internet. I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. Well, I was, my family was the Yankee side, yes, I will admit that. I didn't have any Confederate relatives, but Sarah, she has Confederate relatives. Yeah, which is cool. I don't have any hatred toward the South. In fact, I want to help the South. I want to get them a harbor in New Orleans. I want fresher fish and shrimperies and aquaponics. I was the right side of history. We won the war, Mad Dog. You guys lost. You just deal with it, okay? Thanks. I'm sick and tired of you people not admitting that, you know, we have a nation here that is moving forward. You just don't deal with it. Now we've got Trump and Putin problems. This is more of a problem than anything else we could even talk about with the South versus the North at this point. Our entire nation is in jeopardy. If we don't extract the Russian influence while they continue to connive and act like, oh, we're not doing anything wrong, it'll be curtains for our country. Russia now says they have a submarine that they can launch nuke-carrying drones called the Belgorod. Will carry 6 thermonuclear warhead-carrying Poseidon drones. Russia is about to start testing the Belgorod, a nuclear sub that will be the largest in the fleet, capable of launching 6 thermonuclear warheads. President Vladimir Putin announced this month the submarine will carry 6 deep-sea Poseidon drones, each of which terrifyingly can shuttle a nuclear missile across the deep ocean under the surface. This is what I'm talking about. They've got 6 ways of striking us underwater with these 6 separate weapons. Can you imagine? And Trump backs this guy. He says, oh, I believe what Vladimir said is true. I believe him. I take him on his word. He takes Kim Jong-un on his word, or the way they treated Otto Warmbier as well. They made the guy brain dead with electrocution. And, oh, I believe Kim Jong-un had nothing to do with that. Oh, come on. I mean, Trump is supporting Russia, he's supporting Kim Jong-un, he's supporting Duterte, and you people stand there and go, oh, Trump's the greatest, he's making America great again. I'm starting to piss myself off just talking. I like that. When I have an argument with myself. Exclusive. Trump's border agency says he's built 0 walls in new places, despite claiming otherwise, as President vetoes lawmakers' attempt to kill his emergency declaration and keep his signature campaign promise alive. Yeah, so the Senate decided to actually grow some gonads and say, no, there's no emergency, because they couldn't sell it back home. And they put together a solid position to block his emergency declaration, and he vetoes it. I mean, this guy's unbelievable. So now they're going to get 2/3 to overturn his veto. I mean, it's back and forth with Trump. You don't need to declare an emergency, dude. We can build this with your military power alone. You're a commander of our military. Just position them at the border and build a fence around them. It's not that hard to understand, Donald. Oh, he's a very stable genius. Oh, he can understand anything you're saying, David. Oh, sure. Oh, I'm very smart. I'm very smart. Even though there's no IQ test about anything I've ever said, I'm a very smart, stable genius, David. He's commander-in-chief. He can do anything he wants, except declare an emergency at the border.
Is Donald Trump an intellectual? Trust me, I'm like a smart person. I went to the best colleges, or college. I went to Wharton. I had a situation where I was a very excellent student. I'm a person that very strongly believes in academics. I was a nice student. I have a very good brain, and I've said a lot of things. I understand things. I comprehend very well. Better than, I think, almost anybody. I'm very highly educated. I know words. I have the best words. I'm like a very smart person.
I would say he is a little bit smarter in some ways than a person who's even greedier than he is. Yeah. Donald looks like Stephen Hawking compared to this woman. I got to tell you, Bob, I'm not big on Donald Trump. I don't think he's that smart, but he's smarter than this woman. I can assure you. Well, you know, I got to tell you, Mad Dog, did the Confederates treat the Yankees very well? Because I think the Confederates were treated terribly by the Yankees. My historic knowledge of the Civil War could be a little deeper, I must say. I know you spent a lot of time thinking about it, but let's go to the Battle of Fort Pillow and research that for a little bit. Do you mind? It's known as the Battle of Fort Pillow. It was fought on April 12, 1864 at Fort Pillow on the Mississippi River in Huntington, Tennessee. The battle ended with the massacre of African-American Union troops and their white officers attempting to surrender by soldiers under the command of Confederate Major General Nathan Bedford Forrest. Fort Pillow marked one of the bleakest, saddest events of the American military history. They massacred the Union. Don't think for a second that these people are guiltless of a crime. And don't think for a second that you can just run your mouth off about the Yankees as if we were such terrible people. But we did bad things. But to slaughter all those Yankees at Fort Pillow, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. Just take your BS dogma and stick it somewhere else tonight. Thank you. Someone's using the N-word? Really? The North word? It's appropriate to use that word in that reference. Well, I'm not really here to talk about whether you paid people the same price. You see, you're still fighting the war. I mean, 150 years later, we still have people fighting the Civil War in our room. Trump's border policy has built zero walls. Yeah, so apparently his veto of the Senate's attempt to overturn him is laughable. Now they have to go prove that they've got 2/3 majority, which they do. I know, Bob's not too smart. He gave $7,000 to Trump's campaign and he expects, something in return. Trump is all about Trump, Bob. You should know that by now. The first victim of the Christchurch terrorist attack. I'd like to say this is a real victim, but you can see his face is pasted up on the background here. Now this is a classic paste up. His name was Daoud Nabi, age 71. You can even see the jaggy lines there in the pay stub. This is a classic pay stub. You can see it. It's been drawn. Anyway, I don't believe it. Sorry. Never mind. Bob, you should vote for yourself. Trump won't be able to give you anything else besides the tax break you already got. You're going to be paying more for your taxes next year, Bob. Are you paying more this year than you were last year, Bob? I'm a Yankee Doodle Dandy. You think the war is over with the South in 1865? David, my ancestors ate corn out of horse shit because of Yankee traitors. You think that's the worst thing you could do is eat corn out of horse shit? Really? Wow. That's what people in North Korea do all the time. One person came back from the Camp 22 and went to Google and had a seminar on TED Talk and talked about the corn he found in a horse patty or in a cow patty. That's the only food they had. It's not uncommon to eat corn out of horse manure. It's not unusual to eat corn out of horse manure. My people in my country right now are eating genetically modified corn syrup in almost everything. Maybe not your people, Mad Dog, but my people are eating genetically modified corn syrup, which causes sterility in men and women. And you're complaining about somebody eating an organic heirloom corn seed out of some cow patty or horse patty? Come on. At least it wasn't cow crap, it was horse crap. There's a big difference, you know. Cow crap smells a lot worse than horse crap. And that's a lot of, well, frankly...
Bullshit level, DEFCON 5.
That's a lot of BS. Yeah, Bob, who's going to pay for the new wall? Yeah, Bob. Mexico's going to pay for it. Mexico. Well, I don't think you need to tell us to suppress our free speech here, Ghost. You're not a person representing the powerful elite. We come here as a safe haven for all people encouraging free speech, not discouraging it. You can't go to Freedom Friday and expect us to watch you tell us that we're not going to be allowed to say these things pretty soon because Big Brother's watching. Oh, no. Yeah, you're off on the wrong tangent. That's all I was saying. I know, you're telling us heads up that the bad guys in the media are coming to get us. I don't believe that. They're trying to scare us. They have no legal precedent. We have free speech. Thank you. And if we don't fight for it, we'll lose it. Thank you. Did you ever have any dinner at all?
Yes, actually, I ate my peanut chicken.
Oh, you didn't have the fish?
I had a little bit of the fish.
Okay, great. I'm glad you had your chicken. That's
but
good.
I also have my peanut chicken.
Cool. I'm glad. That's good.
They serve it with spinach, bean sprouts, I guess it is, and then rice, and then chicken, and
that's good.
Peanut
and
sauce.
The peanut
That's
sauce.
what it's normally served with. Yeah.
I bet that's really was it the spicy one?
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow.
But it's not too spicy for me.
Yeah.
I like spice.
Good.
Like I go for their hottest, and I'm like, oh, finally, it kind of tastes spicy.
Wow. So you went to the highest level of spice in order to get your level that you're looking for.
To get the level that I'm kind of looking for. Yeah.
Well, it's my idea, Bob. The 1,000-mile fence is my idea. Sarah and I talked about it. We brought it up in 2008. But Trump decided in 2014 to call it his idea and call it a wall and say Mexico is going to pay for it. So that's the timeline, Bob. So get behind our program. You won't have to worry about being a failure when Trump collapses in whatever way he's going to collapse, because he's got so many Russian things going against him that it looks like Trump's kind of unable to do anything.
But yes, I do like the spiciest. Their level 12 is what
12.
I need.
Well, I won't take you to a Mexican restaurant and order hot food because that could be like a sliding scale. You want to go to that?
I love Mexican food.
Well, if you don't mind, I would love to go to a Mexican restaurant because I can eat the hottest habanero on earth.
You don't need to do that.
No, but I
Actually,
can.
I think my friend's right. I think that her daughter said something about eating spicy foods doesn't kill your taste buds, it kills your pain receptors.
Yeah.
And that then you have to eat spicier and spicier food or something.
Well, there's a higher risk of colon cancer with spicy food. That's my concern because going in your mouth is one thing, and the other factor is it has to be dealt with, and I just worry about that.
I don't know. I'll let you know in a few days how that is because I like spice.
Well, yeah, keep me posted.
Yeah.
I always want to hear stuff like that. Anyway, Trump's going to build a wall. The American people are going to pay for it. Yep. And we're not even going to have a big wall built because from our current assessment, the wall has not been built very big up to this point. We have not seen any major progress there. Now, the Joint Chiefs we're just talking about, Joint Chiefs Chairman says that Google refuses to work with the U.S. military but provides direct benefit to China. Now, we remember Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg went over to China to do consulting for their intranet. That makes you wonder, are we running a Facebook intranet? And they are. They're censoring America right now. Right now, that video of the New Zealand shooting has been suppressed on all networks. You can't even see it. Anybody who saw it the other day is lucky to have a copy of it.
People who saw it, I'm sorry for your post-traumatic stress.
We didn't see any blood, so it's not that traumatic. It was just, a paint gun going through a hallway with a strobe light, we found out. And it didn't make any, there was no direct attack on anybody. People were laying there when he turned the corner, they were already laying down. Yeah, Bob. Bob, you're not a good fit here. Yeah, and you're a prolific chatter, but see, that's what I mean. That he let T. Rucker's room come in, but he won't let all these people from all around the world get in the Vaughn chat room. There's still capacity server messages every time they come in here. All right, Sarah's going to take over. I'm going to have some fish and rice. Thank you.
Yes, I think that would be good. Oh, right, I do have links to show David when he comes back. Okay. David has not left the building, but David has left the room. That's good. Thank you for trying to look out for David. Okay. The cost of insulin's gone way up. Wow. David does not fry Twinkies. He gets upset when I eat sugar, which I did recently. I did have some chocolate tonight, so I'll probably be upset tomorrow or something, and David will say, "It's because you had chocolate. Didn't you have chocolate?" I'll be like, "Yes, David, I had chocolate." I know that's why you're upset, Sarah. Hello, Ram7. What? A goat was elected as an honorary Vermont mayor and sworn into office? What? The sugar rush, I know. I'm sorry that all the different medications are going up in costs. It's not too surprising. It's all about control. I know. It does make them more upset. If you ask them if they're on their period, because generally it's not when they're on their period that they're upset. It's actually a couple days before. I did not see the horrific video. I'm one of those, I'm glad I didn't see the horrific video. Yes, it does bother me. Cramps are very bad, yes. Chocolate might not actually help fix it, but we think it does, so. You have a question, go for it. I know, Tiggin, it is upsetting. In my mind, chocolate can help fix things. Oh, sorry, don't worry, be happy. I was looking really bad server. have a man, thank you. And I have myself, so thank you. Sorry, Ghost. A real bad server you found? Oh. On a server? A bad server? Okay, well, he has told me that he's on some, I don't know. People say that servers, okay. Okay, sorry, $5, what? $5 tablet? A chalkboard? Maxed out credit? Is that what a $5 tablet is? Question, do you think mental illness can be contagious? Well, when you talk about toxoplasmosis leading to, they claim that toxoplasmosis, that's pretty cool, a $5 tablet that you can write on as chalkboard. Toxoplasmosis can lead to bipolar disorder, and that is a mental illness. So toxoplasmosis is contagious from dealing with cleaning up cat boxes. So yes, mental illness can be contagious. Also, when people are around mental illness, it's also can be hereditary, or it's just around toxoplasmosis. Do I think they can trail us with toxoplasmosis? Hello, that's pretty cool. Does it erase like that? Okay, I'm watching. I'm watching. Hello. Oh, that's cool. Maxed out credit. Okay, I will show everybody your $5 tablet. Just one moment. That's not it. Gotta remove that. There you go. This is maxed out credit in his $5 tablet, he says. It's really $5? $5? Seriously? Here's his $5 tablet. Watch what it can do. Hi. Are you watching on his tablet? He says hi. And then he presses the home screen and it erases. It's like a little chalkboard. I kind of like that. I really kind of like that. Yeah, oh, it's an off button. Ah, and then it's an on button. And then, do you have to shake it like you did those little Etch-a-Sketches? Old chalkboard for $5, thanks, but they invented paper. But this is, well, you could claim it's green friendly because you don't have to throw away the paper or recycle the paper. But then, again, you wonder how much toxic waste was created. Oh, look at the dinosaur. You don't have to shake it. Okay. It's just a little... I like that. Does it have... Is it just like basically one color? I think it was an ignorant troll. I remember somebody was arrested in Philadelphia shortly after that happened. Ghost. I mean, David has this whole other belief system than I do, but... Anyway, thanks for sharing it. All right, I'll leave it one more. But I think it was a troll that was probably doing. I kind of think it was that person in Philadelphia who was probably doing it to all kinds of chat rooms. All right, sorry. Hey Sarah, how you doing? Looking great. How do you do, Rebel Sarah? I am doing pretty good. One color, no rads. I do like it especially for school purposes. What size is it, by the way? Is it like half a sheet of paper? How big is it? It's kind of cool because I do have like whiteboards or like boards that kids can write on, but this might be better, like show me your answer, write down your answer and then show it to me and then erase. But then 5 times 25, you know, $125, is that really worth it? Might be. It's a 7-inch by 5-inch. So basically like half a sheet of paper. That's a little small for writing for my kiddos. I should look at the cost of whiteboards. I wonder if I'm going to get some whiteboards with the next one. Yeah, some, usually like the kindergarten kids do more of the St. Patrick's Day. I didn't do anything St. Patrick's Day. Well, one of my students brought in a leprechaun trap that he created with his dad, which was really cool. Maybe I would do it next year, but actually I had them make their own paper clocks. Next year I might do that, but have them green instead of red. Green 25-cent battery. Yeah, it is green friendly. I kind of do like that idea. Yeah, maybe I'll look at that. I do give the kids the list of names of kids in the class, and they do hand out cards to each other on Valentine's and candies to each other. Yes, and then the PTA sells what they call love bugs for 25 cents. There's like kind of like a construction paper hearts, but they put like little doodads on them, and people write little messages to each other. Doodads. They decorate the little construction hearts. They call them love bugs. Oh, you want to make a joke about sodium, but nah. That's pretty funny. True Blue. NA. I'm trying to change that. You have to practice printing. Yes, true. Practice? Yes. CE at the end instead of S, but yes. Why hostile? They support my efforts. I'm not hostile. I'm a teacher, so why would I be hostile? Oh, there you go. I like that. A's. Those are looking good. I don't need an enemy. No. I like the idea of being a friend and a teacher to everybody. A conspiracy behind their actions. Hey, that's pretty good drawing. Nice job. No. Chicken, I just can't do that. No, I'm not like that. I know I live with someone who's like that. Isn't it enough I live with someone that's like that? Yes. We want to party, not because we're hard. We want to party because we like to party hard. Something like that. And then what was it? Yeah. I should find this song. No, I did sleep on a bunk bed when I was a child. At one point. Which was better than other places I had slept. I come from a very large family, so we had to share. Otherwise, we wouldn't all fit in the room. I'll leave it up to your imagination, Tiggin. I prefer to sleep on the top. I've slept on the bottom bunk and I've slept on the top bunk and hit my head when I'm getting up from the bottom bunk. Oh, that was the worst. So I so preferred the top bunk. Yeah. Todore, you're too tall for the bottom or the top bunk. You could fit on the top bunk as long as you had a vaulted ceiling. Yeah, that's true. I like vaulted ceilings, yes. I like our house has pretty tall ceilings and good sized doorways. I couldn't fit in doors that are too short. Well, with my, this would hit if the door was only 6 foot. In the Army, you made sure to get the bottom bunk. See, I also have this thing with the bottom bunk. It's like whoever's the lightest weight should always be on the top bunk. Because I have like this feeling like, oh, if somebody's heavy and is on the top bunk, is it strong enough to support them? Oh, sorry. What is that? Some person, a jet, a smiley, a nice V something. I can't see your spellings. But okay, good. Vein? No, I don't know. Oh, 263 has different ideas. Whoever doesn't wet the bed should be on the top bunk. That's a good one for misanthropy. Oh, God. So somebody gave me this misanthropy. I think it was Scissor Fight gave me this image. Reminding me of you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry in advance. I know. I know. Oh, that was funny. 304. David would like that one. You saw that the other day. Oh, that would be a scary thing if someone on a sleepover. Yeah. Had an accident. Yeah. This little girl, she was like, she says she was having a sleepover with her, like having all her parents sleep. Always boxing ring, lock box, lift it up just a little bit, maxed out credit, so I can see the drawing. Always take the top bunk. Oh, it's a bunk bed he drew. Nice. You're 6 feet tall. Yeah, the bunk beds are always small. Yeah. You have to roll out if you're tall like us. Oh, you rolled out and fell to the ground, especially in the top bunk. That's not good. Yeah, I saw that the other day. We never mentioned you. Yeah, did you hear about the math teacher who's afraid of negative numbers? He will stop at nothing to avoid them. There needs to be a comma in there, right? You know, people stopped using commas. What's up with that? Okay. Well, I think being around us, Ticken, that misanthropy is like, all right, I can hang out with Ticken and Sarah. At least I've got peeps. Got people. Got my kind of people. So it'll be good. How's the class these days? It is good. We're teaching opinion writing and how to tell time to the nearest 5 minutes. And then we're going to teach about pictographs or picture graphs next week and bar graphs. So that'll be good. And in science, I have these little tiny bees, like real bees but dead. And I had to glue them onto toothpicks, and they're going to take, and I have to buy some kind of plant that has pollen on it. So then they can take the bees. Oh, that's a very good, I can't believe you drew that on a little tablet, maxed out credit. That's awesome. I have to take the bees to go from pollen to more, at least on one flower, and see the pollen collect on a real bee. That will be very good. Yeah, I should show you them, but I left them at school. But they're very cool, dead bees. Oh, you got some great jokes. No, we don't do dodgeball. I hate dodgeball. I hated it when I was a kid, so I'll never teach my students to play that. I did like kickball, played with the same type of ball as a dodgeball. I remember my teacher, like, I think she was forced to teach a certain amount of PE because we didn't have a PE teacher. And so she took us out for dodgeball and softball. Oh, and long jump. Well, you're an artist, maxed out credit. Who knew? I'm not. No. I'm not discussing transgender athletes stealing women's awards. Athletes should be athletes, and they just be like, women can be like, oh, that's the best I did as a woman. LCD writing tablets. That's pretty cool. $5 LCD writing tablet. Should we have Olympics for transgenders? What kind of sponsors are you going to get? And it was only $5, really, for your LCD writing tablet? That's pretty good. I know, I like it too. I like my high cheeks. That's the whole point, is I want to look more like a man. Oh, I'm just kidding. So that's why I put my hair up in a bun. My man bun. You're funny. So funny. You don't even like the Olympics? Good. All right. No, I don't. Why don't they just allow people to compete in the events of the Olympics? Well, of course, then all the people would want to compete against the women because women aren't seen traditionally as much as men, but anyway. They will. Okay, I'll look that up. Wow. Okay. My hair would make Elvis envious. Should I take my hair down? There we go. We'll go like this. Better? Let it all hang down. Hang down your head, Sarah. Or at least hang down your hair. You have a IQ of 160, a quantum physics PhD. I like the quantum physics PhD. A nice hairline, and you don't like seeds in your food. I hate seeds in my food. Do you like bubble gum? Please say no. Oh, too late. You said yes. No shot. I like the useless PhD. Who saw, wait, you saw a video of who at a trade show yesterday? Me? I don't mind sunflower seeds, but I hate hot dogs, bologna, salami, mostly. Well, I like bacon, but other than that, I don't really like nitrates and nitrites. Wait. New regulations for the International Olympic Committee will make it harder for transgender women to compete in the 2020 Summer Games. There's an article in 2018, April 23rd, 2018. Wait, there's another one in 2019. Amid the growing controversy over transgender inclusion in sports, the International Olympic Committee has issued a call to researchers.
Nebraska had some pretty bad floods along with Iowa. There were big towns that were completely inundated yesterday. Big flood action. A lot of central Midwest flooding.
Philly may be famous for cheesesteaks, but anyone who's driven down I-90...
Okay, there is some different links here for you. These 4 links, 3 or 4 links are from Misanthropy for you.
I'll take a look at those. Thank you very much.
See, I did. And
You did it.
Dr. Colostomies here.
he's
Thank
here.
you for gesundheititing me
Gesundheit, yeah.
and blessing me. And
My fish and rice was
you
incredible.
made fun of my man. He said, "What's with your man?"
What?
I have my hair up. You know how I do with my clip. He said, "Are you doing a man bun?"
No.
Because I pulled my hair back.
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, you look great. Your hair looks wonderful. I mean, just let it out. It's Friday, end of the week. A lot of you have been working hard all week, and some of you have been hardly working. And we're gathered here to talk,
I've been hard at work.
You've been hard at work, yeah.
Okay, maxed out credit. Have a good night. I don't know what video you're talking about at a trade show, but okay. Maxed out credit was showing off a $5 LCD tablet. It's just like a chalkboard in a little 5x7 slate, and you write on it, and then you press the button, and it disappears, and you write on
It's
it.
like an Etch-a-Sketch almost.
It's like an Etch-a-Sketch, but better. Yeah, $5.
Where'd you get that? The
battery.
At Dollar General or?
So you can look like he's doing
That's
his
kind
little
of cool.
drawings.
Yeah, it's like a black and white etch and sketch. For those of you who like to doodle but can't remember what you just drew. There you go.
Yes, always.
That's a good deal. You can get a Raspberry Pi for under $20. I think Raspberry Pi was going to try to make a computer for $5.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
They accomplished a $25 computer. I know that. Yeah. Now I was just taking a nice
China.
dinner.
Oh,
break.
sorry, you were having your nice dinner break.
What are you talking about other than
Nothing.
Nothing. Okay. So
Sarah likes to talk about nothing.
China was a topic of conversation.
All right, good night.
Good night, Sarah. Enjoy your Netflix.
I was avoiding talking about that horrible video that I'm glad I didn't see. Well, why am I calling it horrible? Because
Oh, it's a waste of time.
there you go.
Don't bother watching stuff like that. Only people that watch shows like that and who think it's real, I feel sorry for those people. That's a incredibly fake video. That's why the government's trying to pull it off of all of LiveLeak and 4chan and YouTube. They're getting rid of it as fast as they can. They don't want anyone to see it because it's that bad. We already did dissect it in the pre-show, Misanthropy. Yeah, we're not allowed to show it during a recorded broadcast, but I'll dissect it later tonight. YouTube would ban my channel if I were to show it to you right now. They'd put a strike on my account. Coffee. Yes. Hey, Dr. Colostomy's here. I'll tell you what you better understand. That's right. That's what I said. I was right. I know I'm right. Well, last we talked, I believe I was discussing Oleg Erevinkin, the Russian spy. He actually worked for the FSB. He was a general in the KGB. And he got a call from Christopher Steele and asked if there was any dirt on Donald Trump, and apparently this guy delivered it. I don't know how much money he got, but he was so unliked in Russia by Vladimir Putin or somebody that he was killed on Boxing Day. Now, the official report was he died Boxing Day 2016, which was right after he delivered the dossier to Christopher Steele. The official report was a heart attack, but he was a very young man. He was like 60-something. He passed Trump and some hookers performing for him in a Moscow hotel room has been denounced by the president's people as fake news. No, it's not true. They try to convince everybody that this guy just had a random heart attack. He had nothing to do with it, but he was the one that handed the dossier over to Christopher Steele. So why would Vladimir Putin want to get rid of him? Well, I got a sneaking suspicion you'll know why. Because he knew too much. He could not be trusted. If someone were to criticize the question whether Donald Trump had sex tape in which he was urinated on by prostitutes, no one would want to find out, so he would be questioned. So he could not be questioned this way. I heard about the 20-year-old Miss Universe that died of a heart attack. Yeah, it was, her name was Natasha Zait, and she had info on a child pedophile ring that links directly to the top brass, the elitists of the world, who are not only having sex with children, but killing them and doing worse than that. I mean, it's beyond belief. Oh, you got a shipping container home. Nice, cool.
After many of...
Anyway, this woman was killed and found dead. Yeah. She worried for her life. She said that she would be targeted, not for having the best abs on the planet, but because she knew information about child trafficking going on right under her nose. Hey, I added that to tiny houses and to our lineup tonight. Thank you, Scissor. Thank you, Misanthropy. Thank you very much. Shipping container homes are really popular. She has nice breasts, Dr. Colostomy. I thought you were more of an ass man. Okay, moving on. Oh, anyway, she's died, and what's really tragic is that they just discovered that police reports indicate that... Dang it, I just lost that link. Hang on. Wrong link, Dave. People have confirmed that she did not have cocaine in her system. She had it around her nose, but she hadn't actually snorted it. So have you ever rubbed a little cocaine around your orifice, Dr. Colostomy, and not snorted it? That's a telltale sign somebody pinned it on her. They now found no cocaine in her bloodstream at all. Okay? Now either she took a big line like a Tony Montana, you know? Okay. Take another line, okay? Or that kind of thing. Don't ever screw me, Tony. No, Mr. Salsa, I'd never screw you. And then you see Scarface stick his face in the cocaine. Okay? Okay. Okay. You know, I have not seen the new $47,000 Tesla revealed today. Is that the one with the manual arm windows that don't work without, turning? No, Mr. Salsa. Never, Mr. Salsa. Hey, I'm looking here at the $47,000 Tesla, and I'm really not impressed. Starting at $39,000, I don't know what news item you're getting here. Yeah, this is a $39,000 Tesla. I don't know. Are you working for Elon Musk, or are you doing his work for him? Yeah, this is cutting edge. Site can't be reached. I'm going to pass on the Elon Musk thing. I'm just not in love with a guy who's addicted to crack, and who said so in a tweet. Yeah, Elon Musk says he uses crack cocaine as a way of keeping going. I mean, somebody asked him, how do you stay awake all the time? And he said he uses crack, lots of it. And I'm not making that up. It really did happen. Elon Musk, right, crack, tweet. And there's Twitter. You could ruin a person's life on Twitter. Poor Stormy Daniels, she's facing problems. She's broken up with Avenatti. They're no longer working together because she has to pay all the costs of falsely suing Trump under bad pretenses. And then Trump looks like he smells like a rose when in fact he's still obviously guilty of infidelity, obviously. Hey, Sunday's the end of the week. Yes. Oh, somebody says, hey, I have insomnia, plus I'm on those. How do you do it? Elon Musk says 6 hours normally, but a lot less these days. This was back in 2016. And Foreign says, what's the trick to keep concentrated and not distract with this little sleep? Elon Musk, large amounts of crack. Yep. There you have it. So I guess being honest on Twitter can affect you. Sending your penis pictures like Jeff Bezos has done. That's got to be freaky. He knows that National Enquirer and David Pecker has his penis pictures. I know. And Jeff Bezos, I can tell you, he's going to have an adjustment pretty soon if they show his penis picture, which he thinks he's being extorted. And I think he's right. But, he's worth $180 billion, so I don't think you understand what crack I'm talking about, Dr. Klossamy. Not the crack between your butt cheeks. I'm talking about snorting or smoking crack. That's what those people do. Anyway, this is no laughing matter, okay? Yeah. It's a serious thing. Wow. That's kind of freaky. Have you ever noticed that Jeff Bezos looks just like Vladimir Putin? You see resemblance? I do. I very much see resemblance. Bezos could be cloned for a Mr. Putin. Mr. Bezos, if you get caught with sex pic, Russia can take care of it like we took care of Mr. President Donald Trump. Yes. I'm not an official of Russia. Don't get me wrong. I have no affiliation whatsoever with Russia. He looks like Rogan. Rogan from Rogaine. Rogan from Rogaine. Hello. What is your name? I am Rogan from Rogaine. Hey, yeah, we can take a look at this. I think there's a definite resemblance. What do you want to talk about? We've got a government that's $1 trillion over budget every year. A president that thinks that he can do no wrong. And a country that's got absolutely nothing on their mind besides having some beer and smoking whatever and forgetting about the work of toil, paying the bills. That's basically what's going on in America. David, do you believe that you have a billionaire in your chat? No, I don't. I don't have to. He looks like Rogan, really. Why would I need a billionaire when clearly a trillionaire is far more interesting? Who is claiming to be a billionaire in our... You say a Russian accent is way too good. I say you spy, work for Trump and Putin. No, that is not true. No, I've just been learning to adjust to the Russian takeover of our country and getting used to the reality that I'll probably end up learning Russian soon. My God. Show some American spirit. Grow some spine. Grow some balls. I'd rather have a cybernetic organism as a president. Yeah. Isn't that right, Hillary? Yes, that's right, David. I'm waiting. Thank you. Affirmation from the Hillary camp. Let's just pull the scrim down on your freedom and what you think you're free. I know a guy who was out 4th of July and thinking, you know, patriotism and all that, and he was arrested for standing in defense of a guy being brutally beaten up by the cops. Yeah, that's the kind of freedom we have in America. Yeah. He was arrested and spent a couple days in jail. I'm talking about an upstanding citizen of the United States of America. He all he did was stand up and say, hey, you know, don't hit the guy. Oh, you're next, buddy. And they hauled him into jail. Seriously. Yeah. You could easily die. You know, they just had a ruling. The government, the Supreme Court, I believe, has said that flipping somebody off, you know, with a finger is perfectly okay with cops. It's considered freedom of speech. Oh, sure. Flipping off a cop, that's going to definitely help your experience with the cop. You're worthless and weak. You cannot flip any man off, but yet you think you have freedom of speech. Isn't that ironic? And the courts think you have freedom of speech, yet you don't have anything. You get phased. 1,200 people a year are dying from police brutality every year in America, and most of them are unarmed. Yeah. We're talking police brutality like you've never seen before. Like depicted in this short video.
This is what happens when you call the cops.
Unfortunately, I can't play any more due to the simple fact that I'll be monetized. In fact, everything in the show is monetized except my face. Okay. The lights came down on the screen, so I have a little better way of seeing. Before, I was protecting my eyes from the dangerous UVs that are emanating from my tablet or my desktop. If you guys aren't wearing protective eye gear or adjusting your desktop to suit the blue light issue, you could run the risk of macular degeneration in about 50 years. These glasses are readily available at Amazon.com. They're called Uvex, and Uvex glasses are able to screen out. They've got a 91% rating. That's right, for under $10, you can get amazing glasses that make you look like a real geek, like a tech geek. Impress the girls at the Starbucks. Hey, what's going on? I'm Dave, the tech geek. That doesn't work. All right, thank you for sharing. Isn't that right, Hillary? Hillary doesn't want to answer to all the Haitian money that she and Bill got. $5.4 billion. Yeah. David John, tech geek. She won't answer to any of the questions about Benghazi. What Benghazi, Hillary? I don't want to make this about Benghazi, Hillary. Can you imagine? And that Trump hasn't bothered pursuing any cases against her either. What's with that? She's got too much power, doesn't she? I'll tell you, your Haitian money. You know, have you seen Haiti lately? I hate to tell you, Hillary, could you look at me, please? Thank you. Make some eye contact. Let's take a look at the beautiful area of Haiti. Yeah, just let's take a look. It's just a quick see, huh? Beautiful Haiti. 5.4 billion was supposed to go to Haiti, Hillary. Yeah, that kind of rhymes, doesn't it? Yeah, what happened to her? Well, she's in agreement right now. Look at these pictures. This is just insane. These people live in a crap hole. Did I say crap hole? I'm sorry. I meant a nice crap hole. Well, Donald Trump called it even worse, so. But it's getting worse. Cholera is rising in Haiti. Yeah. Please, Hillary, thank you. Okay. Can you do a Zillow for Haiti? No, I can't. I only do Zillow for the U.S. because I don't want to promote other countries or have you move away. Now, if you want to stay at a really nice resort, the Clinton Foundation assisted a bunch of people to create this amazing resort in Haiti. It's kind of like Atlantis. I understand it's one of those beautiful. Have any of you been to the resort in Haiti they just put in? It's basically right near the mass burial grave of 339,000 Haitians. I don't know. San Francisco's got the... Don't you go to the... was it the Castro district? Isn't that where you spend most of your time when you go to San Francisco, Dr. Colostomy? But no, Haiti's got a beautiful resort they put in right near where the mass burial grave was. And you got to wonder, was there a connection between the situation with the mass burial and then the resort that went in? I don't know. I mean, and will we ever find out? Because no one's ever going to prosecute Hillary, so I guess we'll never know. I will tell you this, though, and this may be a shocker. There was a ball of electromagnetic energy hovering over Haiti 6 hours before the earthquake that killed 339,000 people.
I have no idea.
Look at that. That was it. They have videotape of it. This is a ball of lightning.
Wow.
Look, it's what? It's getting bigger. What is that?
Oh, let me see if I can focus in on that.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Come on, focus.
Focus. Well, it turns out that they have the ability to heat up the lithosphere. This is not new technology, folks. Believe it or not, it's 100 years old. It's Tesla technology. Nikola Tesla. David, should the Haitians get paid to pick up trash? They would have their island clean in a week completely? Yes. That's a great idea. That's a brilliant idea. Isn't it a great idea? Thank you. Benghazi has just solved the problem in Haiti. Thank you. We give them $5 for every hefty bag full of trash. Good, $5. Won't that be great? And that'll be a solution that'll help clean the beaches. And I think a little cash is what they need. Okay? Some people will do anything for cash. Like Acacio. Yeah, Acacio. She'll work for cash, no problemo. Oh yeah, no problemo. Ocasio is a woman who literally got picked by her brother to be in a contest put out by the Justice Democrats. And I got to commend the YouTuber Mr. Reagan. If you haven't followed him, he's something else. Mr. Reagan, he's a Republican. He's exposed Ocasio. Yeah, she was just paid to do this. She's like an actress. That's why she's so stupid when it comes to discussing the economy. Greed. Warning, greed warning. Greed warning, greed. Yeah, she's greedy. Anyway, getting back to this ball of lightning, great balls of fire. They've got the ability to heat up the lithosphere. I give you $5 for every hefty bag of trash you bring me, okay? Okay. This little puppy will heat up the ground so fast, it'll trigger an earthquake of 7 point or higher anywhere in the world. And it's a brilliant plan that put together by Tesla. It just so happens that 6 hours before the earthquake in Haiti, this little light was seen, and our government never investigated. Oh, and we never investigated the Clinton Foundation either, and the $5.4 billion they got. Wonder why? Any of you QAnon supporters want to tell us why Donald Trump hasn't prosecuted anybody at all in the Hillary camp? I'll be waiting and taking your calls. Dial 707, your ATP, if you're a Trump supporter and think that Trump is working against the deep state. And he hasn't prosecuted Hillary. Unbelievable. Yeah, you should investigate this. Anyway, a positive and negative of equilibrium will cause a glow. Well, yeah, and that's precisely how it operates. Why don't you research the Tesla plan that was put in place? It was called the Death Ray. Yeah, check it out. But maybe learn something beyond your growth at the local university or JC where you got your 2-year degree. Yeah, go for it. Expand your horizons. I'm showing you the infinite universe. As Carl Sagan called it, the infinite universe. Yeah, this story went viral last week when I profiled it. This Subway franchise owner regrets striking a woman's cell phone in a viral video. Yeah, so Tina Richardson claims the Subway franchise owner hit her cell phone in her head during an incident after she complained about an incorrect order. Yeah, I remember. And I can't get it here, so, oh, there it is. Nope, that's another one. Okay, enough of this pandering to the mainstream. Let's go to the deep spy ring unearthed because of the Christchurch earthquake. Now let's take a look at some background about Christchurch, the center of the New Zealand terrorist attack that allegedly killed over 49 people. I'm sure more are going to be found dead any day now. After all, how many more dead in the Paradise Fire? They found originally Paradise Fire was 88 dead. Then they dropped the official death toll to 83, and now it's back to 85. So this is interesting. This is from way back. The Israeli Secret Service Mossad has been accused of conducting an intelligence gathering operation in New Zealand, which was unearthed because of February's Christchurch earthquake. Wow. This is back in 2011. So the Mossad, government, hitmen, you name it, mercenaries are working in contracted jobs at Christchurch, New Zealand. And lo and behold, terrible anti-Muslim attack occurs. You know, we don't know how to verify it yet. We didn't see any actual shell casings dropping out of the gun, and we didn't hear shell casings either. Pretty weird, and no blood, except for that one woman laying there like it had been pooling for hours. That's so strange, you know? What, do they come in with a paintbrush and paint her or something? We have some fake blood, man. We can dress you up. How much are these crisis actors getting anyway? I mean, it's got to be bargain rate out there in Christchurch, New Zealand for Christchurch. Florida mom allegedly stabs 11-year-old daughter to death before driving slain girl to hospital. Postpartum depression lingering a little long there. Wow. Sad day in life to have a mother like that. What a day. It's so tragic. Online reports confirm Rivera remains in police custody without bond. Good. You know, and there's not even one mention of the child's name. Oh, hang on. The girl identified as Alieda Rivera. Multiple stab wounds from her mother. Police allege that Rivera became argumentative and produced a knife when officers informed her Aleda was dead. The hospital was locked down for a short period. So she stabbed her child and took her to the hospital. I award you no points. Yes. Earlier tonight, we were talking about Renee Zellweger, and I don't think that Renee Zellweger is Renee Zellweger, so you can contemplate that all you want. Okay, Washington Post. Coyotes create bus network to deliver migrants into the U.S. jobs. Oh, wow. So the coyotes are sending them over in buses and paying off border officials. Oh, you know this was going on. See? Traffickers have established a low-cost bus route through Mexico to deliver thousands of economic migrants from Central America. So they're right now traveling by bus, and people are paying up to $7,000 per adult with children to linger at our border while Nancy Pelosi adjusts her nose job. Obvious.
Alexa, what is the CIA?
The Central Intelligence Agency, the civilian foreign intelligence service of the U.S. government, tasked with gathering, processing, and analyzing national security information from around the world, primarily through the use of human intelligence.
Alexa, are you connected to the CIA?
No, I work for Amazon.
Alexa, does Amazon work for the CIA? Alexa, does Amazon work for the CIA? Alexa, does Amazon work for the CIA? Huh, interesting. Get around the questions, get to that one that goes straight to the point. She don't even say she don't understand the question. She don't, you know what I'm saying, just nothing. It just goes away. So y'all take that for what it is. Amazon, probably most of these big major companies got some kind of connection with the CIA, NSA, stuff like that. So hey, it is what it is. They always watching.
Hey, you know, and what's really kind of scary is Jeff Bezos lost his picture of his penis. And he's the guy who's handling the rack servers for the NSA. I mean, and how did he get a top secret clearance? Jeff Bezos. He can't even handle his penis pictures. David Pecker has them. Okay, this is going to be a scary thought for all of you who are worried about the dangers of drug abuse. This woman was caught having sex with her pit bull in the backyard, undeterred by the presence of police officers. This is hard to believe, but, you know, people apparently enjoy this kind of stuff. Police in Vegas were called to the home of a 23-year-old woman earlier this week after her neighbors complained that she was having sex with a pit bull in broad daylight in her own backyard. Now, regrettably, I have to take Renee Zellweger's imposter's picture off the screen because I don't want her confused in any way with the woman who is, yeah, thank you. So we'll say goodbye to Renee Zellweger, or whoever that is. Okay, now I'm going to show you this article without showing you the picture. Oh my God, look at this woman. When cops arrived at the scene, they found Kara Vanderek naked and on the ground engaging in an unspecified sexual act with a dog. According to the police report, Vanderek, who appeared to be on drugs, greeted the officers with a hi and proceeded to touch the dog in a sexual way. She was covered with a blanket and asked a series of questions about her identity, the current date, and the name of the president, none of which she was able to answer. Vanderek reportedly told the officers that she was bipolar and claimed to be on prescription medication. Animal control was called in to remove the dog, and Vanderek was arrested on charge of open or gross lewdness. And Vanderek was looking much better just 6 months ago when she was arrested in Utah for an unspecified crime. Okay, folks, this is the dark road of drug addiction. Here is the picture of one Miss Vanderek. Dun, da, da, da. Look at that. And that's an after picture. Let's take a look at what she did look like. There we go. Hang on. before having sex with the dog. It's not popping out. Well, unfortunately, we don't have the picture of her before she had sex with the dog or did drugs. Next, thank you. And back to you in the chat room. I hope I'm not banning too many people here tonight. Drugs take your toll, man. I told you I don't want your 14-karat bottom Salvatore Ferragamo. I've got a friend who has 3 or 4 suits that are worth over $2,000-$3,000. He would feel inferior to me. Yeah. I wouldn't want to make him feel inferior to me if I wore something that nice. That girl might have a dog, half human body, you think? What are you, Alex Jones?
You're not going to believe this, but a woman was found having half of a body of a pit bull. And as part of a human genetic splicing material, it's been going on by the secret societies.
Your suit price costs $4,000, really? Oh, well, surely my friend would not be that over-embarrassed by his suits costing a mere $2,000. I'm wearing a George that I paid $5 for right now. It's a decent suit. It really is. Hey, if you don't know anything about this political movement, check out my theme song I just created. All right, we're back up and running. Thank you. At least you understand what we're all about now. You know, it's a very beautiful musical piece that Scissorfied created for us. And I like to play it to see what it sounds like. And add, you know, some interesting... What the hell? We're going to take a look at some of the links that Misanthropy brought us tonight. I don't know what this guy is, dude, but who is this person? Hello, everyone. My name is Brenton. I can't read the screen. Hang on. And I am visiting Pakistan for the first time. Pakistan is an incredible place filled with the nicest things. So this guy's oh no, I didn't do that. Okay. There we go. There we go. This guy is in my face. Okay, is he a decedent? Is that what's happening here? Candace Owens ripped for LOL reaction after New Zealand massacre suspect named her biggest influence. Wow. Owens jeered at critics whom she said were attempting to pin responsibly for the mass shooting on her. It's not even English. No wonder I couldn't read it. Owens jeered at critics whom she said were attempting to pin responsibly. Not responsibility, but responsibly. Oh man, we're slipping. Look at journalism and the level that it's gotten to. It's responsibility, not responsibly. But spell check didn't check it because it's still a word. Okay, Candace Owens, right-wing commentator and Kanye West influencer, was on the defense Thursday evening after the suspect, the mass killing of 49 people in 2 New Zealand mosques, publicly named her as its biggest influence in a lengthy manifesto. Wow, pick a black woman who's conservative and just go out at it. Yeah, I mean, this is like classic BS, false flaggery. David, can you do 50 push-ups now? I am able to do more than that. My body and primary hydrogen pack can operate for 5 hours doing push-ups. I will not unban. He's dead. Juan Gabriel died, dude. Don't worry, be happy says, I have to write a long yet short paragraph about who most likely will kill me so that when we find out my dead body, you can enjoy your sentence. Make sure to capitalize and dot the end last words. Wow. Dave, tell us more about Obama. Well, you want to know about Obama and how Michelle is actually named Michael? That's got to be the most compelling story of how we were lied to. Yeah, I mean, boy, were we fed a line of crap with the Obamas. All I'm saying is, when you look at this picture right here, and I'm talking, look, man, just check it out, man. Barack Obama in 1978 with Michael LaVaughn Robinson, his lover at the time. Gee, doesn't that look a little like Michelle Obama? I don't know. Well, this guy was a running back at Oregon State University. That's right. That's right, man. That's what I'm talking about. You don't have to go very far to find a picture that'll look like her, too. There's plenty out there. This is almost the right position of the face, you know. You can see almost how her head kind of would fit in there with a rotation, if you rotate it. But yeah, they're pretty much identical photographs. So basically, Michael and Michelle are the same person. And it's a pretty disturbing thing to think that we've been lied to about these things. I have more evidence. Yes, we do. Don't worry. Don't worry. Be happy. Hope everything's going okay with you. I'm trying to now. I'm reeling from a type of PTSD, but it's not official. It's the Ocasio-Cortez traumatic syndrome disorder. I have been traumatized by having her in my life. I wish I'd never had Ocasio in my life. I wish I'd never found out about her, because now all I can think about is Ocasio. I don't want to have anything to do with her. No. I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be funny if I had crazy psychotic eyes like she did? Greedy psychotic eyes? Yeah, wouldn't that be something? You can't just get those psychotic eyes looking like me. Yeah. I'm just an average white guy. You know what I'm saying? Can you spot those psychotic? I can, yeah. An empty-eyed subhuman. Good point. Now, there's a reason why New Zealand has had some, I guess, recent teleplay with the 49 alleged Muslims that died, even though we don't see their bodies with autopsies, except for a photograph of some whatever. Yeah, New Zealand votes for 8 UN anti-Israel resolutions. Wow. They adopted 9 resolutions against Israel. And you wonder why these Illuminati, New World Order people are trying to actually go after New Zealand now with an attack on Muslims and bring out, rage, the world's rage. Muslims now think of New Zealand as a terrible place because of what happened, allegedly. That's amazing. What a coincidence. Thank you so much, Ms. Santope. Very nice to have you in. For many of you watching shows like this one, you must realize that we do broadcast our show on a daily basis across the globe, and people rebroadcast the show, which is kind of nice. It's good that intelligent thought is actually making its way into family rooms around the world. Despite the fact that many of you are poor, you're still not stupid. And all your help talking about a third party in America and how I'm censored is really paying off. Thank you very much. From the bottom of my heart. It's the only thing I've got to know that this movement will continue on despite all the censorship that's happening right now. Now New Zealanders will have Muslims attacking them. That's right, bee worker. Well, that's the whole intent. I mean, it's like creating a hornet's nest and then interrupting it with a little bit of, a stick or something. The Avengers are real. Well, that's kind of cool. The Avengers have arrived in America, and there are people that are standing up for their opinion. Now look at this. It's amazing. This truly represents how the American people really feel. Black, Muslim, trans, Latino, Asian, white, we all make America great. Look at that. Isn't that impressive? I'm excited. I know. Thank you. Right on. Very inspirational, isn't it? Did they catch the active shooter? Has the actor been arrested yet? I understand 4 people are under arrest right now regarding this alleged shooting with paintball guns that were scribbled with white paint, stipulating whatever they were saying. Doesn't make any sense. The words moron, imbecile, and idiot mean different things. Yeah, we've gone over this many times. Yeah, there's no need to discuss it. Moron actually has an IQ level attached to it. Imbecile has a certain IQ. I believe it's below 60. And idiot is below 30 IQ. I don't believe they were peaceful people because they weren't people. They were, at this point, we don't know if they're dead. There's been no reveal of any of the bodies whatsoever, any close-up shots of the entry wounds, nothing. We had no autopsy performed on any of these people. Did you see any blood when the shooting happened? Did you see the film? Did you see any blood spraying out when bullets fired and it hit the body? Have you ever seen somebody get shot? Many of you have never seen anybody been shot other than film. Wow. So nobody really knows whether people, if you haven't seen real violence, blood immediately leaves an entry wound if it's hit with a bullet. So how can you say these people actually died when there's no blood at any of the shots where the shots were fired into these what appear to be, they look like dummies. Don't they look like dummies? Scissor Fight thought they looked like dummies. Okay, cartel members waiting for their mule approach us on the border. Oh, wow. This is from the guys down there, the Backyard Brawl group. Hola. ¿Qué pasó? Who are these guys?
That's Sam.
How you doing?
So we go out and we get water and we go. Yep.
Really?
Yep.
That's beautiful.
How you doing, guys?
Yeah.
How are you?
Good, man.
We want to make sure nobody dies out here.
Oh, really?
Because a lot of people die.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Hey, and people cross for over here or no?
Yeah, a lot.
Really? For
You
this
can see all the trash.
What do you think?
Look at the bra right there.
No, yeah, but I think it's a city over there.
No.
No city? They walk all the way down.
Phoenix?
what, 125? No, Phoenix is over 200 miles.
Over 200 miles to Phoenix.
100.
So this guy actually encountered cartel members out there on the border, and they were trying to figure out what he was doing. He's part of a group of people. He's a pastor who's helped about 100 veterans survive down there on the border, and these guys have been working to try to find proof of child sex trafficking. It's kind of like the Minutemen, you know, guarding the border, but a little bit more in depth because they're actually trying to intercept actual child trafficking. And now they ran into 2 cartel members. This is good, man. I'm going to put that in immigration. Okay? See? I'm going to also play it tonight in our show. Outstanding. Outstanding. Stevie Ray Vaughan and Jeff Healey look at Little Sister. Oh yeah. I definitely want to hear that. Yeah, look at Little Sister. Stevie Ray Vaughan was great. Why is the severity of identity politics worsening as time passes? Because the American people aren't getting any real discussion going. Identity politics diverts our attention. Oh yeah, that's a good one. Thanks, Miss Anthropy.
Ladies and gentlemen, BB
Rexa. Love that stuff. Yeah, I'm always playing new stuff because I haven't seen this. I will play it too. I will. Yes, I will. Yes, I will. You're in the run, man. You're in the queue. Well, I think that the identity politics that's been going on is really kind of changing. David, I really like you think you're great and love your cast, so never think that there aren't people who do. Thank you. That's very kind of you, 939. I know a lot of people enjoy our show. And I know I break through a lot of ground with a lot of people who are trying to figure out what's going on. If you're worried about identity politics, you're just looking at diversions. Trump is a big diversion too, and the fact that they put Trump in office with all of his debt load and the obligations he has really makes, and then made the worst opponent with Hillary, made it completely controllable. By not allowing me in the race and keeping me censored over the past 8 years, I wasn't even able to get into the race. For the first 2 years, I realized I wasn't able to get into the race. In fact, the first 500 hours of broadcasting, 50 days, I realized I couldn't get into the race. That's why I went out of my way to make the blackface video. And it did make a difference because it helped my name elevate to at least the Rolling Stone magazine. They talked about me. I never would have been mentioned otherwise. But that's far from where we want to go. And it's a shame I had to do that to wake people up to the censorship that's going on in America. But I was so frustrated after 500 hours of broadcasting steady, and not one of my press releases was responded to. And I knew it was been out there.
Hi. Good morning.
Good morning.
As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time.
Yeah, that was me back in 2008, 10 years ago. So I've been doing it ever since, and I haven't stopped. I don't plan on stopping. Yeah, I'm not dumb, yeah. You're very kind to say that, yeah. Blackface is mentioned here every night, probably because David realized it's killed any chance. Wrong. Your name is Spectra, and you've been in under a different name, and we've got a stalker who's a Democrat. It won't kill my chance. In fact, the more people realize Governor Northam of Virginia is not leaving office for having done a blackface or is being seen in his alumni album in blackface or someone like it next to him. The fact is, free speech is making a comeback. And as America reels from the leftist socialized thinking of the Democrats and the conservative thinking of the Republicans, they need an edgy centrist to kind of forward the mention of free speech. And we're using free speech. Thank you, Zelfire. We're using free speech to its maximum potential. And that's why Freedom Friday kind of is a celebration of free speech. Anyone who tries to squelch it is not going to be received well by me. You're not allowed to post ridiculous nonsense sequiturs here, so work on your postings. This is a thing that we don't really have a full understanding of. Most of us have no idea what this means, or even what this is.
Hi, everybody.
It's our Constitution. And in it are the two most important Bill of Rights, number 1 and number 2. Have you ever asked yourself, which is it, number 1 or number 2? Well, it's both, number 1 and number 2. And I don't mean going to the bathroom. It is the freedom of speech guaranteed by our Constitution, as well as the freedom to bear arms, the right to bear arms. No, they haven't thrown anything out of the window. The fact is, we haven't fought hard enough for this, but we can use it to our advantage right now. It's up to you. If you want to fight for the last vestiges of freedom in America, you've come to the right place. If you don't, and you want to be lied to by so many people in the media, you might as well just believe Barack Obama is a Christian married to a beautiful female, when in fact he was a Muslim homosexual married to a transgender. And whoever this village idiot in the middle is, I have no idea. It's not a non sequitur. It's you getting banned every night, Melko. You'll never fit in here because you don't understand freedom of speech. To you, that's a radical thought. That's not true. The First Amendment applies to all speech, unless it's hate speech that leads to something like Matthew Shepard, where he got killed for being homosexual. But some people think that he may have been doing drugs with those guys. And there's another theory that it was a drug deal that went bad. But the whole hate speech law never got off the ground. But you can't, willfully create speech that is intended to hurt people or do harm. That's not legal. Now, there was a woman who recently spoke out to this making a statement was a threat, a direct threat to our president. Yeah, we played this last night. And the Secret Service showed up at her door.
Sorry?
The Secret Service showed up at her door and said, "You can't say what you said, ma'am." And she said some terrible things about the president. I think that the Secret Service really did need to show up at her door.
4 times, actually, right? I've already told you that you couldn't come in. Right?
If you want to do this out here, then that's fine.
That's fine, too. I know. You're with the Secret Service, you said?
That is correct.
Okay. And you're SAPD, right? Yes. Okay, good. I make comments online, so the Secret Service came to my door with an SAPD that works with them. On Facebook. Yeah. No, just let them do the thing. Is this mandatory? Do I need to speak to you? Am I under arrest? Are you charging me with anything? Anything?
Not.
Anyway, she had a face-off with the Secret Service because she made a statement about President Trump that was an aggressive statement that she wanted harm done, and that's illegal. I don't even want to repeat what she said, but she wanted to hurt the president. Yeah, they have every legal right to do that, and I agree with you, Totore, on this point. They presented her with a warning and a notice, but you can't run around threatening the president. In fact, it's a 25-year prison sentence if you do. Hey, regardless, we have a president, and you cannot threaten him. That's the way the system works. Now, this story was brought in the show. I don't understand what's happening, but our own Joint Chiefs Chairman says that Google is refusing to work with the U.S. military. And these are the guys working at the grassroots, are not able to get Google to work for them, but they work directly for Chinese military. Listen to this. This is shocking.
Doing in China is indirectly benefiting the Chinese military. And I've been very public on this issue as well. In fact, the way I described it to our industry partners is, look, we're the good guys. In the values that we represent, in the system that we represent, is the one that will allow and has allowed you to thrive, and that's the way I've characterized it. So I was just nodding that what the Secretary was articulating is a general sense of all of us as leaders, and we watch with great concern when industry partners work in China, knowing that there is that indirect benefit. And frankly, indirect may be not a full characterization of the way it really is. It's more of a direct benefit to the Chinese
it
military.
really is. They're working.
I just want to underscore this for the record so that we are absolutely, perfectly, 100% clear here that Google, an American company based in this country, so again, it's supposedly an American company, is doing work in China that directly or indirectly benefits the Chinese government at a time of increased peer competition with this country. We are in a struggle with the Chinese government over whether or not they're going to become a regional and maybe global hegemon with values very different from ours, certainly values that do not favor freedom in the world. And we have an American company that does not want to do work with our Defense Department, which is one thing, but they're happy to help the Chinese, at least the Chinese government, that is, the Chinese military, at least indirectly. I think that's just extraordinary.
Yeah, I think that is extraordinary. So Google is going to have to answer to why they're working for China, and I understand Facebook helped Cambridge Analytica and Russia. So China, yeah, not China, the wrestling champion. I'm talking about, yeah, China, the country. Right, you're a little confused thinking it's China. She died, you know. China. Here she is. Her last day on Earth.
Morning, everyone.
Remember this? China.
Just waking up to this.
She had a nice view out of her apartment. This was her last day on Earth. She died the next day. They said alcohol and drugs. She was in a bad strait. You followed her on WWE, World Wrestling. Many people don't know who she is. But this was one day before she died.
I'm on water because
Sad.
it's very important.
Yeah, she was rehydrating. You know, I don't want to play the whole video for you.
As much as I can of it. Some windows.
She had a nice view, you know.
It's a beautiful Sunday, and guess what?
Anyway, she was locked out of her apartment that next day, and she died out there of exposure and a drug overdose. I don't know. It looked suspicious, but she was in and out of a drug stupor most of her time. Brian? U.S. hegemony is not the issue here. We're talking about a Zionist takeover of our country. They hijacked U.S. hegemony a long time ago. Brian, get with the program. Yeah, it's not funny. There's an internal cabal taking over our country. It does, Brian, and your brain matters is not relevant here. So your brain matter is no longer mattering in the show. Your brain matter doesn't matter, Brian. She died of a conflict overdose. I don't talk about people in a negative way. David, placenta time. This is not placenta for the record. This is fruit enzyme. Thank you. You keep calling it placenta. It's not. I would never spray my face with placenta. Meat ham. Trump has my same hair dye color. I don't dye my hair. I use a colorant. A natural colorant. Trump hair is different. It's more swoopy. I have a little bit more kink in my hair. His hair looks great. I never said once that his hair didn't look great. The bald spot doesn't look so good, but his hair looks wonderful. But how do you beat something like that? I mean, I could never get something as smooth as that. When I sweep it to the other side, it does something a little like that, but you got to admit that's a pretty classy haircut. Yeah. Good job, Donald. My verdict is it is fake news. The whole hoax that came out in Christchurch. Number one, everybody, at Christchurch happened to have a visit by John Podesta prior to this event. That's completely irrelevant. But it's an interesting side note. John Podesta was in New Zealand, and along with Facebook being shut down right after the reveal, it looks like they wanted you to see the film, but they didn't want you to see the film. And if you saw the 16-minute video, you saw that there was no blood coming out of the bullet wounds of any of the people. When bullets hit bodies, blood bursts out right away. Within a nanosecond, blood spatter occurs. Need I take you to the picture of John F. Kennedy getting his head blown off? When we look at the Zapruder tape and we analyze the high fidelity of the Zapruder tape, we come to the conclusion that there is a strong likelihood that blood spatter was the reason why the president's head was bursting in different directions. You don't want to look at the Zapruder tape? Okay. I don't want you to look at the Zapruder tape if you don't want to. Here's a close-up. As you can see, right around here, something happened. He put his arms up, grabbed his chest. It's like he was shot in the chest, but they said there was only one bullet theory. And then reaching over, reaching down, honey, I'm, and then she cavitates her body slightly and looks like some people think she's holding a Derringer under his head. But that's real. That's not some fake picture of somebody getting an air gun struck into a bunch of fake bodies. You can see the blood instantly. Poor man. Now, some people have gone off the deep end thinking that when she cavitated her body, see how she radically moves her hand? Some people think she had a Derringer in her hand and she blew his head off. But that's real blood, folks. What you saw in this fake video from God knows who, a Serbian mercenary living in New Zealand, was no doubt a fake job presented right in front of your eyes to make it look like a mass shooting. They want you to think that this happened just to drive a wedge between left and right, Western world versus Muslim world, the same thing. Todore's job is to tell us everything we say is wrong. That's right. Todore is, I'm convinced Todore is either an absolute imbecile or is unable to look beyond a certain level, or is a paid disinformation artist who comes in here and tries to dispute everything we say. I'm amazed we even allow him or her in. Xenu. Well, on the contrary, a Derringer would do that kind of damage in close range. David, you talked about the wall years before Trump did. I know. We're aware of how Trump has stolen my ideas. Don't worry about it. Dear Sister parody, JFK versus Oswald. Huh. Looks interesting. Short video. Let's take a look. We usually talk about JFK on Fridays, so don't worry. This is not unusual. It's not unusual to talk about the unfortunate assassination of our president. Yeah. Freedom Friday has that going for it. John F. Kennedy, the 35th President of the United States. It is said that that morning he wrote a letter to a long-lost sister he hasn't seen in many, many years.
What you say? That you only meant well.
What the hell is this? I'm not going to play a song while our president's getting his head blown off. What kind of a person are you? No, Donald Trump was not a tranny. Now, Giuliani, I don't know about. Voice for Use here, everybody. Come on in. But unfortunately, that person gets banned every night. Yeah, it's Melko. He just has an incredible problem. He can't understand gray. Now, many people understand black versus white. Oftentimes has a gray zone and somewhere in the middle. He doesn't get it. He never did. Okay.
'Cause you did what you say. That it's all for the best.
I can't play songs like that. Not on this show. Sorry. It's wrong, and it's not appropriate. Not when a president's dying. Now we have the entire picture of the video of the mosque shooting. Will be playing at the top of the hour. I can't do it during the broadcast recording because they will kick me off YouTube if I play it. Welcome to America and freedom of speech. Just going through a few links here that we haven't seen. We talked about the blood results have come back with this woman was not a cocaine user. They tried to say she died of a drug overdose. Jait death had prompted a wave of conspiracy theories that suggest the media personality had either overdosed or had been murdered. Well, the official blood results do not indicate the entertainer consumed cocaine prior to her death. Yeah, they leaked her forensic results. So she was exposing a child pedophile ring so serious that many people are wondering. Yeah, she's a Miss Universe champion. She said that she was exposing this. They've given witness statements to police. She was in a Spanish version of Big Brother in 2004, but she said that she encountered a real serious group of pedophiles connected to very elite people. Yeah, I'll play it at the top of the hour. I just can't play it on our show. So yeah, this is a sad tragedy of her life, and we'll never really know what she knew because they killed her before they explained it, what happened. She said she knew all kinds of weird, sick things going on, and then she said they'd probably kill me, and then they did. The most important false flag of tonight, I think you need to look at, is the anomaly of all the postings of the Ethiopian crash. There are a lot of people that are beginning to think the Ethiopian crash was made up. They have a target, and Boeing is their target. They don't really want Boeing. Somebody doesn't like Boeing for some reason. But I think the aircraft is damaged and needs to be fixed. But this is a strange anomaly I can't explain. Right, the crash occurred March 12th, and here it is March 7th, and they're posting pictures March 7th. Makes no sense right here. How could they possibly know on March 7th what was going to happen on March 12th? It's absurd. So yeah, there's a big, huge discrepancy there. Okay, I think we covered it. I don't know if any of you want to read the tweepy.org. I'm not sure what this is. Tweepy.org. Strange. Tweepy.org, an easy-to-use Python library for accessing Twitter apps. Oh yeah, Sarah was going to look into that. Yeah, okay, I'll leave that for her. Oh, this is Leaving Neverland. I can't play that in the show. That would be a violation of the Michael Jackson family. It would be very hurtful. They could sue me for $100 million if I played that. You know, the Pizza Cove idea really did work. Sahasrara. I vetted that information, and Melko, I verified that there is no Pizza Cove restaurant. There is a reference to the Pizza Cove ship that floats around offering pizzas. I know. I have great music. Let's do a little tribute to Michael Jackson with my My outtake of Mr. Right. I don't know why they faked the Ethiopian crash, but I can tell you that if they're tacking Boeing, Boeing stock has hit an all-time low. The Dow Jones Industrial Average today was, market data shows, yeah, Dow Jones Average. It was an update, 138 points up. Let's see what Boeing did. It could be one theory that Scissorfight suggested was that they were trying to short the stock and, you know, profit from it. Boeing is a very strong stock, so if they could, you know, fake a plane crash, it would drop the stock value immediately, and then they'd buy in, and then it would recover, and they'd make money. That's one theory. So 138 points up, nearly getting close to 26,000 again, and the Boeing stock took a plus 568 turn. Wow. So even after the crash, right after the crash, it went up in value. Huh. Let's see what day that was. Oh, no, that was this morning. Okay, so basically, let me go back a day. I don't have any metrics on that. Yeah, I didn't really do a big dip, so it's hard to understand what's going on with Boeing stock. I don't think it's a big issue. Yeah, I'm gonna remove the theory that Ethiopia was, the crash was fake, and just go with the idea that it's real. But there was some sort of a timeline disaster on the board. There is one other possibility, and that is that the software flaw that was in the Boeing 737 MAX 8 was indeed a right. Yes, I see that. Cost of MRIs. Okay. Yeah, there's a possibility that they manipulated the software so that it does crash, and that there was a reason why they crashed it, and they knew in advance that they were going to crash it. That's the theory that may have posted the stories before it happened. So we do know one thing, and that the software is somewhat disturbed. It was rushed to judgment. Whenever they turn autopilot off, flaps back, the plane goes into a nosedive, and they never tested it for that. That's all I can tell you. That's a layman's assessment. Yeah, Elon Musk smokes crack. Is that amazing? He admits it. Or maybe this is why. United Nations, 21 employees were on there, and they wanted to get rid of them because maybe they were going against the Illuminati. Yeah, very good theory there. I'm glad I mentioned it at the perfect timing, Misanthropy. Thank you. People who work for the United Nations and as many agencies know they're getting into, especially in the field. But yeah, apparently 21 of its employees died on this plane. Yeah, maybe they wanted to get rid of really good, caring UN workers and replace them with Luciferians, like the Lucis Trust Fund. You got to wonder. Could be. Very viable possibility. Well, this is it. I'm going to sign off. Thank you for watching our show. Every single day we process news except for Sunday. And I give you commentary and cutting-edge alternative views and taking on all the conspiracy theories that we can, because we don't want to let anyone feel unmentioned, except for two. The flat earth and the hollow hoax. We don't talk about those two things. But if you want to talk about aliens, come back on our Conspiracy Monday show. If you want to talk about the truther issue, about 9/11 being a cover-up, an inside job, come back on Tuesday. Or Wednesday, we talk about government waste and the radiation that's pouring into the ocean from Fukushima, the toxic waste in our consumer cycle of living, how we're producing more and more toxic waste, not less. And Thursday's Technology Thursday, we talk about technologies, emerging technologies, the dangers of AI. Ciao, man. and all the things that happened. And Friday we kind of dedicated to police brutality, issues like that, and freedom. Freedom from being monitored, freedom from being harassed, freedom from our individual freedoms from being taken from us. And I take on all the subjects that I can in this show, in this format. But thank you for watching. We'll be back again tomorrow at 5 p.m. Our video segment goes on 4 more hours into the evening, and I'm going to start with a discussion off of the recorded broadcast about this terrible situation in New Zealand. Thank you everyone for watching. I'm Mr. Right. Take care.
My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. Oh, you're Mr. Right, too good. Just turn my world around, cause you're the peace I find. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt away. My feet, my heart stops to beat, cause you make me melt. Oh, you're Mr. Right, Mr. Right, too good.